Hello, folks. If you were here for the IBM Watson X, we are now officially need to kind of get you to scooch and continue your conversations outside this room because we've got another group that is coming in right now. So we thank you so much for being here. Okay.
Maybe in like 10 minutes, sorry.
Were you able to find them?
Yeah, they're coming. I'm sending her down now. Like,
Okay. Hey. Was that?
Because we're not really.
But on the thing would be weird. Step. Hi. Thank you.
For you.
Thank you. What we need, and we're hopefully getting them soon. This is Daniel, by the way.
hi, nice to meet you. We already met? Yes.
It's our road. It's completely up to us.
It's hard. I imagine so. Well, this is your event. I'm sure it's going to go great.
Sasha, so regarding printing, did you send anything to anyone?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, sent, and they returned two copies, and I was looking for Daniel to ask where we can find 2 copies.
So he's talking to Grace. And
She's coming down. She's the one that printed it. So,
Okay, good. So this has already been handled.
Stage where people kind of like take address tech issues, challenges, that's what a lot of founders, a lot of things for sure people. And when this is when we're not running
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my plan. What time is that? Okay. Oh, it's in the evening? Yeah, I was gonna, yeah. Did you also want to press that?
Like, I'm not sure for sure.
Okay.
But maybe I will make 2 5, but I'm not sure, and so I need like this copy by the state.
I think I'll go either way because it'll be good for me to be there and monitor you, but it would all, if you could make it, it'll be good.
Yeah, the thing is that he's quite shy. He could stand, like somewhere in the corner and not speaking to anyone, and he needs
You'd be for sure. Hi. Alright, we'll talk again. Hi.
I'm Grace.
I'm Gary.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm sure we were on email. Okay,
Can't believe
amazing.
you don't remember me.
There, I was gonna, there were a lot of people, but happy to get the job
can show you where you can do the slides.
Але я не розумію, як потрібні банери. Тож просто банери, але там ролати. Дві половини. Тому ми забрали все, що було складено в нас у
Таке довго коня
Що
високе.
робити? Ні, це довго коня високе, це не
Але ти якось спікерами
Банери чи що?
мені просто потрібно книга, де спікерами
Типу, довга коня висока, це... А ми тут саме були, там були 3 довгі.
чи вони типу просто перевів, типу треба
Настя, можеш тут, якщо не складно це все розкласти, то треба Я тут поки що дівчата.
Подоставати окна.
Да, не, у меня будет свет, мне, в принципе, лучше на самом деле здесь, потому что чтобы не ходили туда-сюда.
Ти теж?
В уголке. Да, у вас же стенд, да? Ага.
Треба доставати прямо в коробках, чи просто їх класти, чи прямо в коробці? Ясно. Ось треба їх кудись, там Саша казала, включати, щоб вони постійно виглядали.
Що я сюди ж другу бачу?
Де ти їх взяла? Може, і...
I don't know here, but on the second floor, if you go up the stairs and to the right.
Sure. But essentially what I was saying is that Kelowna is literally that small.
Приятно. Ага, да-да-да.
Нічого, я собі відносила роботу.
One simple motion might not seem impactful at first, but what really stands behind it? Your simple motion shows great care. By connecting you with others who share your spirit, these acts of kindness create an unstoppable wave of vital support.
плюс доставити Естер Байонікс.
Ми поставимо 30 секунд. Зараз ми розберемо.
Давай, а що, як, що з нею робити, розкажи?
Діма після своєї панелі буде показувати людям цю.
А, все.
Біля цієї штуки взагалі показує.
А де ці сумки? Хто відповідає за пакети?
Правіше руку можеш? Так, отак. Очі на open Wi-Fi. Я бачу, граю
Been on. Off button, Ukraine is on.
Але я клікаю, вона не включається.
I was just telling you this area is designed to see this for sure. So before they go out, they would already can't take it out. So they don't have to go to that area. They will be prepped 5-10 minutes before they go on stage. And then that area is when you you want to go and someone change the slide, edit the slide, switch the slide. Okay. Good to know, yeah. So
Можливо, джойстик?
I'm not sure if you I know you
Але в
don't
мене
do
не
that.
присутній.
Okay, no worries. No
Можна
worries.
около стоїти?
But
So I think that might be
Olga? Okay. Well,
And where is that person supposed to be? The one?
like they can stay here.
Вони?
They can
Так?
that is gonna be great. And then just a reminder that coffee is there, soft drink and water dispenser is there as well. So if you want water,
Hey, hey, 1, 2.
О, є. Є відео. А як вийти з цього? Я активно нажала, нічого не робить. Нічого не робить. Ну не зупиняється. Як його зупинити? О, я знайшла. Щас. Щас я... Ні. Знімай. Нажимаєш ось цю штуку, з'являється підняв speed або exit, нажимаєш export. Так, це, давай так, ми зараз використовуємо це для цього, правильно? Як його перестати?
Okay. Perfect. What's his name? Dan.
Зніми, поки що. А, її треба знімати.
I didn't realize.
А вони постійно мають повторяти? А, вони зараз теж.
Yes, I like that. Yeah.
Green is go. This doesn't work. This works. Don't be afraid.
One more turn thread is off. Same operation here. You got a red light. Push the button.
It's green. This is live.
And then, like she said, when you're done, just turn it off and pass it off to the next panel. Easy peasy. All right, that's it, guys. Thank you.
Треба виробити. Чи не вирубати? Треба вирубати?
Please return to the jail. I mean panel prep.
Можна, знаєш, як звати друга?
Thank you guys.
Я буду весь час тут. Тільки якщо ви мені, будь ласка, дайте мені.
Yeah, just press it and give it like a second because it's a little like laggy, but it should work. Feel good? All right, cool. And this one?
У нас по годині панелі, правильно? Вони там закапали.
Треба до Wi-Fi?
Треба граб, будемо всі.
Скажи, до якого це мої джойстики. Пусти за 15 секунд і скажеш. Добре, так? А як тебе називається? Yes? Просто... Сюди не треба пароль. Просто так.
А воно не розтягується на цю ширину, бо це обрізане таке.
Так, законектилось.
Ми не можемо
Далі
його
пробувати відео.
Ні, не можемо, так? Треба по суті
Час.
лишаємо.
Настя, слухай, ти ноут мені десь поклала?
Мені чисто більше буде.
Точно. Та ні.
А тобі? Отут якась...
Олі, знову не клікається відео.
Так, тепер ця штука не вийшла.
Якщо джойстик світить біле, значить, що він там.
Добре. А давай може допомогти.
Давай, я теж тут поки що візьму.
Давай планочку. Так, це джойстик від цього? А? Там ви потрібно залишити, тоді перевернули. Ми ж теж ходимо заздалегідь.
Ви ж пам'ятаєте, да, що якщо буде мало людей, то ми просто чекаємо.
Так.
Дивись, всі джойстики клади всередину правильний крок. Я так і роблю. Ці перегляли?
Да-да.
Ти бачиш, де тобі собака, так?
Сюди, да, яко? Угу.
Потім цей банер перенесемо, коли буде канал.
Да, пожалуйста. Да, если хочешь, мы будем показать ракурсы.
Yes.
We are missing the
Тут чуть-чуть пошире будет.
Можна, я зараз буду заново.
Там будет.
Але я думаю, що така буде буде бачити,
Но тут как бы либо я, ну, тут либо так, либо так. Могу, ну, я могу, не, я могу по это, посмотреть. Ну, типа вот так. Хорошо. Ну, если голова будет закрывать, я, конечно, переставлю. Но я понимаю, да, что не хочешь, чтобы все в голове. Тогда просто.
Підлаштовуємо так, щоб було зручно видно, поправляємо. Далі виміряємо. Це повинні люди робити?
Але чи нам відкласти?
So capital factory gas.
I'll give them that word. And we'll be able to set it for like what? Like it would be for 60 minutes. Yes, but we need to make sure we have about 10 of that. About 10 of that. And we can get
Ви зараз дивитися розетку.
This looks really good.
Просто втикай туди, а коли буде панелі, я буду, може, заряджати.
This is
Чия
this is a good
сумка?
spot.
Чия сумка? Чия сумка?
Моя сумка там я вибирала Так. Так.
You also want me to mention us.
Сейчас.
So I can, am I saying
Що вибираємо? Саша, є відео показує? Ні, просто дивіться, А можна клікнутись і на інше відео переключити? Окей.
Так, там в коробці.
Тихо, можно обратно его? Нет, нет, ты сейчас джойстики переплутаєш, отак було? Якщо різні джойстики, воно не підходить. Тому треба обов'язково вимкнути джойстики. Бо інакше вони загрузяться. Отак, тому диви, як їх кладу. Джойстики кладусь з окулярами. Отак, тому я знаю. Це ті. А якщо ти зараз
Там було вибірково, що тебе виходить, і знову включати
відео. Ага. Так, ці засетапи.
Are you here for the event?
MacPaw event?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh wait, Hanku.
Yes.
Oh hi, I'm
Alana.
Alona. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
From Setup.
Nice to meet you.
I met
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan yesterday at the stand. How is it going?
Amazing. Yeah, it was actually really, really good. We weren't sure to make this up, but I know it's a bunch of creators that aren't really enough part of the thing. You never know who's going to show up. Apple or here. It's just it's great.
Oh, Sasha, by the way. Holly, Kate, a lot of like.
Kate Hunter. Nice to meet you.
Hunter is working. Well, you guys have Yak and now Backtrack, they are partners in Setup.
We've been partners for a really long
time.
We do our launches with you guys. Yeah, it's been fun. Yeah. So,
We're still sitting a little bit, yeah.
what is the agenda here?
Hello everyone. My sincerest apologies for not being able to join
We also have like a stand for the MacPaw Foundation. Actually, Sasha works with it. And you can see, the lists are set up for like videos. And as per the needs,
That's what
yeah. So their CEO is also here. So I don't think you can break it.
Oh, that's nice.
The idea,
What is it for?
so it's a prosthetic. So they're doing, they're new, they're relatively new. So it's like super sophisticated. And one of the videos I watched with the guy, he mentioned was like, I believe that it has a lot of sensors and stuff, but something that they was like, maybe they can make it work.
Oh my gosh.
Could touch it. It's not. It's like so it's getting as sophisticated.
Sure, yeah.
Because I mean, updates has been a big issue for Ukrainian users. So they are one of the sort of advanced technology to make it as natural, feel as natural.
Sure, yeah.
It's super cool. Actually, I've never seen it live, so I'm actually quite curious.
So you guys have a speaking panel?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm happy hour.
Well, where'd you guys set up? I was actually walking by because you guys were like
Oh, really?
Great. It's like you have to go stop by real quick.
Yeah, he wrote me the SL, what's the agenda, and I told him that there was
Oh, I didn't.
panels, and I thought maybe you had some.
No, he sent me the address. He's like, let's go there. Like right now, I'm going to check it out. But I wanted to meet you guys because setup's done so much for us.
We're happy. We're happy to that you're with us.
Yeah, no, it's great. At some point, we might need to put a track on the setup iOS store because they're asking us for that.
Yeah.
And we were like,
But have you been talking to Maria? Because she's the one about it.
Yeah, well, we've been at so many events. Like this is our 5th event in a row. We haven't been home in weeks.
Wow.
We're just going all in on this. So yeah, I'll let you guys get back to it.
Okay.
I'll come back later.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Так.
Саша, тільки... Саша, тільки М-ки? Ну, я можу включити звук на цих, на відео, там просто висловлювати. Ну, я зараз тримаю дуже воно все в нас з цього, з Spotify. Ми маємо свій... це типу ми не можемо пабліки. Ну, якщо так ти можеш так отримати їхній дозвіл, то дуже багато музики має якраз готова, яка там
Вона промовсована, давай.
Before I do that, we're actually going to start the Mike Butcher. He was the mod option was dropped out. After that, I'm going to welcome the panelists and the moderators to stage because we thought we were going to wait. We'll have the moderating panelists come to stage, and then before I get started, I'd like to welcome the consul of Ukraine, Vitaly Tarasov. Then when you're done speaking, you'll hand it to our moderator, who is Lisa, and we'll have all the nations down.
One simple motion might not seem impactful at first, but what really stands behind it? Your simple motion shows great care. By connecting you with others who share your spirit, these acts of kindness create an unstoppable wave of vital support. MacPaw Foundation helps translate your goodwill into effective aid. As families return home, they rebuild their lives and create free and inclusive communities. Our work is far from over yet. So, what can you do? One simple motion is enough when you make it count. Your donations empower local initiatives in Ukraine, enabling them to provide a quick response and targeted aid. Make a simple motion for endless impact. Donate.
Not so long ago, my life was rather ordinary. Waking up much too early, a cup of coffee, bade our kitty goodbye for the day. All of these may seem familiar to you, prosaic, yet I loved every minute of it. However, now I know parallel realities exist simultaneously in our world. Not far from where you peacefully lay your head down to sleep each night, while I was terrified of so many things. But you were there for me. You greeted us, offered food and clothes, took care of our injured kids and even pets. You donate, protect our rights and restore our home. For saving our lives and dignity, we say дякую.
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 Дякую. Дякую. Дякую.
Дякую.
Дякую.
Tell дякую to those who responded to our call for help, shed light, and celebrate their contribution with us.
We're vegetarians. I know how it tastes. I had it once when I was a child. And working with men. Working with
You look nice. Thank you. I just hope that we're going to see our hundreds of books in front of the door soon. They are waiting outside because they're planning until working until working or they'll get it too. Okay, maybe but transition those days yeah, are you guys all set?
I'm all set.
Oh, this is cool.
This is cool.
Yeah, this is nice. What is the hand on three and four line?
This is one of our first panel participants. It's for people doing prosthetics.
Should I mention this?
that is good.
I think he will mention it by himself. It's like he just put it there, but he will be mentioning it during the panel.
Auto glass damage? Trust.
Шумоних походи під морози, під негоди, що живі не змерз. Не знамо ногде поліці, зайшов по кабак погріться, спросив своєму діон. Спросив мундір щічки, проваляться на пашки, сам пішов плясать. Наплясався, наігрався, з доброї волі розпрощався, скочив на крильцо, вдарив у кольцо. На коня садиться під монахонь, куди розвиться зеленим лугом, кругом, як і не знайшов, до доли пішов. Цілував, руку шию досивав, закричав ура. Ой, юра, сучиніла ці біда, де не мала я. Чинила ці біда, де не мала я. Знеся, кончилося.
Arbitrary boundaries work for now it's saying made with unity.
We know each other from a long way back. Oh, great. That's when we're getting ready. Yeah, no, I'll start.
This is the part of the all the
Pleasure to meet you too. Pleasure to meet you. Thanks you. Yeah, thanks for
check out the
Sure. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Yes. Right. Right. My wife has one of these that she does all her exercise with. So. I know.
Oh, great, because we were
Yeah.
confused at the first.
Thank you. Thank you. What's that? I saw you with that one.
Yeah, we'll navigate you. What is it right now?
I see black. I did see the logo.
Okay.
Oh, no, now the screen's coming.
Okay. In the right corner, the down below, you notice there's 365 layer.
I do. Yep.
Yeah. And then like, yes, and so
Yep. Got it. Yep. Okay. It says check the boundaries.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So it wants me to stand over there, so I can just. Yep. There we go. Yep. Stationary boundary. I'm in good. Oh, now I'm back in back in the world.
Wow.
So I see Banksy and Ukraine.
Yeah, push button.
There it goes. I had to pull the trigger for that one, just so you know. The A button. Yep.
You see it right now?
I do. Yep. Well.
Test, test. Hello. Hello. Test, test, test.
Okay, try to project your voice louder.
Hello. Hello.
It's great to meet you in person too. No, I love opportunities like this. It's great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Of course. No, thanks for having me. This is amazing. Life all right for you? Life all right for you?
Test.
1 1.
And
Yes, Russ 1111.
so it's obviously on. All you have to one time. Yep. And now, and now, really quick, can you say test, test?
Test.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Test. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. If everyone could please start going back to their seats or going to their seats for the first time, we are going to get started. Can you hear me in the back? How do I make it higher? Can we make my microphone louder? Howdy. Like this? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. I guess I have to really kiss the mic for this to work. First off, thank you everyone for coming today to Ukrainian House powered by MacPaw. It's great to see you all here. We have a lot of exciting programming ahead, so thanks for joining. 2 panels coming up, a startup pitch, a lot of cool stuff. As people are still trickling in, please feel free, come make yourself comfortable, find a seat. We have some light refreshments over there on the side of the room. So please, at any time, if you would like coffee, something to drink, help yourself to that as well. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly introduce myself. My name is Garrett Krivicic. I actually just started at MacPaw a couple months ago. I'm the head of global PR. It's been an adventure since joining. Yes, it's been like a big journey, a big adventure. And what's been amazing is seeing all of the really cool Ukrainian startups, Ukrainian tech companies that continue to operate on a global scale, even as the Russian aggression and the conflict continues. So this is true, yes, war. So this has been really refreshing to see, because the tech is not only staying on a domestic level in Ukraine, it's been really spreading globally. And it's really, really exciting to welcome a lot of people here, to share their stories, to tell you more about the companies and what they're doing. So once again, thank you everyone for coming. And yeah, we're gonna get started. I just wanna say a few important notes before we start. First off, over there, we actually have a really important stand for the MacPaw Foundation. Please, at some point, stop by. We have some really cool technology there provided by Aspici, where you can use some more interactive goggles and kind of like see yourself in Ukraine. But pretty much the MacPaw Foundation is a really important institution that's been developed by MacPaw. We're collecting money for all the efforts that are happening in Ukraine. So please do stop by and see that. Yeah, also please make sure to take pictures in front of our backdrop and make sure to tag us in all of your social media so that we could share that as well. You can see on the 2 back screens, we have all of our social media information and things like that. And of course, I want to thank all of our partners. I'm going to be doing this again, but a big thank you to the Tech Bureau, I'm so bad at saying this word, for partnering with us today. Also Capital Factory, a big thank you to you as well. And of course, the whole full team at MacPaw have been working really hard to put this event together. So please, a round of applause for everyone I just named, because we really couldn't have done it without them. Okay. If you saw our original programming, you might have heard that we were going to have another moderator. But unfortunately, that moderator was not able to make his flight. He just missed it. It is Mike Butcher from TechCrunch, but he did have a nice message that he wanted to share with us. So now, if you could please pay your attention to the 2 screens right here, and I'll slip out of the way.
Hello everyone. My sincerest apologies for not being able to join you at the Ukrainian House, sponsored by MacPaw. However, I am delighted that you've joined this vital event to shine a light on how, despite Russian aggression, Ukrainian tech companies continue to demonstrate resilience, innovation and growth against all the odds. Let's celebrate the indomitable spirit of Ukrainian innovation and technology and these technologies which have been built in Ukraine. And this is their incredible resilience. So thank you for joining, and please enjoy the event, and I shall see you all very soon. Thanks. And also, of course, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so let us welcome our first panel to the stage. Our moderator for this panel is going to be Nick Bilogorsky. Nick Bilogorsky, is the founder and co-chairman of Nova Ukraine, $95 million Ukrainian humanitarian aid fund, doing very, very important work. So I'll let him tell you more about himself and, of course, our panelists. Please welcome to the stage our moderator and all of our panelists. And all of our panelists can join us, and we'll do the introductions when you guys come on stage. Thank you. Please, let's hear it for our panelists as well. Before I hand over the microphone to the panel, one other guest I do want to introduce. The Consulate General of Ukraine is here to just have a few welcoming words for us. So please welcome to the stage Vitaly Tarasuk, who is right over here, and then we'll get started.
Thank you so much, Garrett. Thank you. Well, thank you everybody for coming here tonight. It's important for us that you're here with us. As it was said before, I mean, despite the fact that Ukraine is under Russia's attack, and just last month we have commemorated 2 years of a full-scale invasion and 10 years of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. So even before the full-scale invasion, we used to, like for promoting purposes of Ukraine, to promote Ukraine as the country of grains and brains. And so brains obviously being the IT sector that is very dynamic and active in Ukraine for many years. Even before the full-scale invasion, IT sector in Ukraine was probably one of the top destinations for IT outsourcing, and a lot of companies out of Ukraine were very successful in opening their offices in US and other countries. And you probably don't know, but you've heard a lot of names that originated in Ukraine. But after the full-scale invasion, we had to face a big challenge, because we were attacked by a big neighbor that has much more resources and people than we do. And so for us, I mean, we just had to adapt and to innovate from the very beginning of this invasion. And the tech sector was the one that stood up to the challenge. And you obviously know that Ukraine now is very famous in production of different technologies like drones, sea drones. So we basically started the whole new, defense sector in Ukraine. And the President Zelensky actually recently, made a decision to create the special forces for operating drones, like a special armed forces branch. So this week, it's very, fitting that the event today happens at the Capital Factory. Because earlier this week on Friday, we had a group of Ukrainian warfighters that came here to share their lessons of the war in Ukraine. And they talked at length about the technologies that work in Ukraine, or those that does not work. And here we have Alex Goldberg-Stoiky from the Defense Innovation Unit, Jim Rayberg from the Defense Innovation Unit. Those guys are really helping us, shape the future of defense innovation in Ukraine. They're here in Capital Factory 8th floor. So we have a lot of projects coming up together. Really looking forward to that. So, but as I said, defense innovation and other sectors in IT are adapting to the challenge. And in software development, drone development, all of that. And today we have a very excellent panel of people that came just from Ukraine and will share their experience about what the tech sector is facing and how it's adapting, about its resilience in the time of war. Thank you so much for coming here tonight. Thank you. Nick.
All right, let us start. I'm going to introduce some of our panelists, starting with Alexander Kosovan. He's one of the most famous tech entrepreneurs from Ukraine, an investor and the founder of MacPaw, the software company behind Clean My Mac.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
He's also the founder of SMRK Ventures, which provides venture investment for Ukrainian startups. Thank you for being here. We have Dima Gazda, the founder of Esper Robotics, an award-winning engineering company that builds human enhancement devices. And we have Pavlo Pikulin from Deuce Robotics, which provides robotic solutions for warehouse automation.
Hello.
And last but not least, Vitaly Gorovy of InSoft Partners, software development company, which includes Inoxsoft, Lincoln Studio, Intima Software, 4Bytes, and many other companies. So let's start from how the Russian invasion and war have affected your companies. And can you give some examples of the resilience you had to demonstrate, and how do you keep morale high among your employees? And this question is to any one of you or all of you.
Okay, I can start. Hi everyone, again, my name is Alexander Kosovan. I still live in Ukraine. I met the war in my house in Ukraine. I woke up from very loud blasts and understood that the war started. And it was a scary moment to understand that one of the biggest armies trying to attack your country, and you have very few chances for to succeed because all our allies gave us a few weeks that Russia will take over Ukraine. But fast forward in 2 years, we're still fighting, we're still here, and we are still growing at the company in Ukraine. We are investing in startups in Ukraine, and we still have a pretty high chances for success. I still really believe that we will win this war. So when the war started, it was very important to help people around. So we set the priorities like first, safety of our people, our employees. Second, to do everything possible for the victory. And third, to make our business continue working and growing. Because in the times of crisis, and it was not just a crisis, it was chaos. It's really important for the businesses, as a business owner of the company, it's really important to be for your employees, because businesses and companies where people work on is really something that people should rely on, especially in times of needs and crisis. So this was our priority for the employees. We did a lot of things to ensure people are safe, and they have salaries paid, and we help with relocation, with tons of different stuff. And when everything was already getting clear, so we were relatively safe, we resumed our business operations and continued to work in Ukraine. And among our goals was not only to survive, but also to deliver on our contracts, on our promises to our customers and business partners. It was really important to show that even under such a high pressure and these conditions, we're still able to deliver on our promise. And it's still happening now, and I think it's what shows really the Ukrainian resistance. We not only fight in the war, but we continue to operate and do a lot of great stuff.
Me and my family and my company faced a full-scale Russian invasion in Kiev. And before the war started, everything was fine. We had dozens of customers. We had agreement for investments for building construct manufacturing of robots in Kiev. When the war started, everything was destroyed. Contracts was not fulfilled. We lost our customers, and all our thoughts was how to survive our families, employees, laboratory, robots, projects. So we saved our people. We evacuated them from Kiev to west part of Ukraine. We evacuated our laboratory with our unique robots and started to work in different conditions without customers, money, under full-scale Russian invasion. So it's a very hard experience, and we are ready to share it.
About us, so we are a product company. We build robotic limbs for people who do not have hands or legs. One of the reasons we started Asper, this company, was the long war we have with Russia that started 10 years ago. And we never believed, we were sure that there won't be any massive war like we have last 2 years. But we had investors, and the investors pushed us to have plan B, just in case. And we had this, but when the war started, it was before a punch in the face, you always can have plan, but everything happened differently. Most of our team, we were a team of 20 when the war started, was relocated twice. And I remember like minutes of first day, hours of next week, and like I feel it like it was like a week ago. First 2 weeks, I remember like all our focus was not on business. Like we understood that we were fully disrupted, hardware company that should build some product for people, and we should relocate everything to save our team, to survive long term. First 2 weeks were all about everyone in our team, about every relatives of our team. We had scary stories, like we could lose some of us. But step by step, during the first 2 weeks, like I feel that the team was relatively safe. We relocated our Kiev team to the western part of Ukraine. And then we started to rebuild our processes. We understood that all processes, all structure was gone, like fully disrupted, and we should build from zero. But you know, it was not hard. It was quite easy part, because everyone was absolutely sharp and sure what to do, and we just were working, and we were working like all the time. And maybe it was some protection against, like, not to be distracted by the news and what is going on, some sublimation on work. But during 2 months, we rebuilt like something new, like were reborn. In 4 months, we were faster than ever before, and by now we are growing fast. On top of this, we have very important social mission in Ukraine, because our product, our technology will help thousands of Ukrainians, and that also drives us forward.
If you speak about us, maybe I need to explain some details according to our business model, because we are not a typical investment company, we are not a typical outsourcing company, we may be like a hybrid. So what I mean, we can buy a share in a software development company, mostly with service business model. And after that, in this part, we may be like a private equity fund, but we invest our own money. On the next step, we may be like as investment bankers. We can make some mergers of, we can divide this company on a separate businesses. And, but we don't need to sell this company because we built like a holding maybe, like an ecosystem. And we can stay in this company during long years. And if we have interesting price, we can sell this company. So during last 8 years, we made around 20 deals, maybe 20 deals with acquisition, with exit, and right before the war, we made full exit from all our companies. So maybe our situation was the best. But after full-scale invasion began, we made 8 investments in Ukrainian company in different regions, and also we made 2 exits. And right now we have, I don't know, maybe 12, maybe 13 offices in Ukraine in different cities, and we plan to invest in another company in Ukraine, and maybe that's all.
Thank you. Even though I've been in America for almost 30 years, I was born in Kharkiv, and I'm really proud to be Ukrainian. Ukrainians make the best products. It might be Ukrainian makes the best movies, and we just won an Oscar. Ukrainian tech landscape is shaped by both adversity and innovation. And we all observe emergence of new trends that are being born right now. How are these trends affecting the investment strategies and opportunities in Ukraine? My question is for any of you, all of you.
I can start. I wanted to add some positive note. So even considering all of the harsh environment, disruption of business processes, of supply chains, Ukrainians are like, or Ukrainian startups like desert plants. Even with the very limited resources, with a lot of harsh conditions, we find the way to grow our businesses and to innovate. And there are a lot of creativity that's driving this innovation and growth. And talking about, for example, our companies and initiatives, over the last 2 years of the war, we made 5 investments in Ukrainian companies. And our team, our software development team, grew at least 200 people over this 2 years period. So even considering all of this, we still thinking positive about the future and thinking what we can create for the world.
I can understand. For example, if you speak about the investments in IT, despite then we have a lot of operation involvement in our business, I have a lot of negotiation with another private equity or maybe strategist who can invest in service companies, service IT companies. But we have the opposite, maybe some opposite point of view, because if you speak about not about product companies, about service company, right at the moment, maybe not a good time because when the most of our potential buyers is maybe big corporate not clients, companies again, and private equity, which need to invest money with leverage buyout approach. So these guys need to involve banks for their deals. And when we have a bank, so we have a really difficult conditions for every deal because we need to get compliance procedure. So for our case, today maybe not a good moment for selling, for exit, because we need maybe to wait. I don't know. Everybody don't have an idea. Maybe we need 1 year, maybe 2 years after war will stop. That will be chance for us to make an exit.
A great audience. They clap every time.
I totally agree with Alexander and with Vitaly. Now is a good time for invest to Ukraine, to Ukrainian companies. We have experience which not have any other country in the world. We just one who faced full-scale Russian invasion and for last years, and have experience in miltech, healthcare, logistics, and even in AI and robotics. Because I believe that labor shortage, which we face in Ukraine now, can be solved by AI and robotics. So my recommendation is to invest to such industries. Thank you.
I wanted to add about the miltech projects. Well, usually the war is considered as like accelerator of innovation, and we see it really in Ukraine because we have no other choice. We have to innovate in order to win the war. And I've seen personally many startups in miltech, in defense industries that are starting right now, and they have like a very short cycle of iterations which they test on the real battlefield. I believe that there is no other countries in the world that have this opportunity. It's not opportunity, but still, like it's opportunity for startups to test their solutions in the real conditions, and which makes our startups a pretty unique position to create really working things that are helping to win the war.
Yeah, agree with guys. What I feel from my side, so we are a hardware company, and that is most of our team is in Ukraine, team of 40. Yeah, US is the main market, but we have a lot of operations in Ukraine, and investment environment changed a lot. Like you should be outside of Ukraine for sure, like to fundraise, but do you deal if you have something in Ukraine, especially if your hardware is harder. But from other side, you deal with teams who are more motivated to survive and to rebuild or build something very fast, like because they have not so much choice, because they are out of comfort zone. And I think like this, okay, I'm insider, I'm Ukrainian, I know how it is, but, and I know that Ukrainians are, that are people who grown in very unstable environment, and like situation changed many times, and they are fighters, and last 2 years it was like huge disruption for everyone, and like 15 million like relocated twice. I think all of this is kind of entrepreneurial background, and it makes Ukrainians like better inventors, I think. So that's pros to invest in Ukrainian companies, I guess. Yeah, as a hardware company, I can add yeah, for most of hardware companies in Ukraine, except Miltech and HealthTech, it's tough today. But who built rehabilitation technology, human enhancement technology on Miltech, Ukraine is good place to be. It's safe. I mean, like by statistics, yes, it's relatively safe, but it's like Israel 1 year ago. Our team in Kyiv, I don't feel they are distracted by the war as I am, but I feel that we are like solid as one piece move forward.
As they say,
Thank you.
everything that's not killing us is making us stronger. So.
My next question is to Dima. In the field of human enhancement technology, how does Esper Bionics strategize to ensure your scalability and sustainability of your operations, both in Ukraine and internationally?
So you deal with technologies, we deal with technologies that were not built before, like that is something new for humanity. And the purpose is like the goal is big and like one day it will help most of us here. And today we understand that we should help people who are most in need. And by this tragic chance, most of our team is in Ukraine right now, and there is a huge need, like terribly huge need. By Wall Street Journal, there are from 20 to 50,000 Ukrainians who lost hands or legs, and we can help most of them. And we understand that there is huge need. We have technology that can help. We have a great team right now, and we can get even greater team, like the best possible in niche for future. And we are going there step by step, deploying more and more devices, taking care of our teammates, especially of team that is in Ukraine. We always have plan B. We had huge lesson before that plan B is needed. We there are some features of our way, like we do not invest in capex right now to be more flexible, but we see that there is like it kind of right now, because of the situation, we see how many bright minds are there in Ukraine, like engineers who have extra motivation right now to build something that is huge and one day help all of us. Step by step, we are going there just by taking care of these people who want to come there.
Next question to Vitaly. In the B2B outsourcing market, with the ongoing geopolitical challenges, how do you view the strategies to expand global footprint and for Ukrainian companies to maintain competitive advantage?
Thank you for the question. It's a really difficult question. We have around 900 people in Ukraine right now, and if we look at the past, during maybe first 6 months, maybe first year of full-scale invasion, we had a lot of support from our clients because they made a lot of donation, a lot of support to civilians. They ordered new services from us, so that's really supported our cash flow balance. And we had a lot of new business at that time, because everybody of new clients also want to support Ukrainian companies, Ukrainian business, etc., etc. But if we speak about today, we have a totally different situation, opposite situation, because today we see Are you from Ukraine? Okay, sorry, but no business. We have, you have a lot of problem with mobilization, with missile attacks, etc., etc., etc. So if we speak about Ukrainian service outsourcing of software development, there is no way at the moment besides to open new offices in another countries. For example, Poland, Hungary, etc., 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 etc. If you want to have new clients, new business, you need to open another country. So, unfortunately.
Thank you. Alexander, for MacPaw being headquartered in Ukraine, how has that influenced your approach to innovation and global expansion?
Yes, so we had to change a lot of our internal processes, especially everything connected with risks and business continuity. So we added a lot of things to increase redundancy, to secure people, to make the business resilient in case of different emergencies. So this was one direction. Another direction is cybersecurity. Because with the war, we witnessed a lot of cyber attacks on Ukrainian companies, infrastructure. Like, for example, one of the biggest probably cyber attacks in the world was happened just a few months ago when the whole Ukrainian network operator, which had like 26 million customers, went down for a week. So Russians infiltrated the networks and they basically wanted to destroy the whole communication network. And if that would happen on the very beginning of the war, it would be a chaos because people would not know the news, would not know where Russians are, what's needed, and it would be a catastrophe. But right now, people already have a lot of other sources of connectivity, and it wasn't that critical. No, at least for the majority of Ukrainians. For this company, it was a nightmare. But again, the cybersecurity is a huge issue, not only for Ukrainians, but we see that cybersecurity operations and cyber attacks happening all over the world. So it is very important to increase the awareness of the cybersecurity threats and how to protect yourself. And we as a company, we are also building some solutions to help regular people increase their security protection. So this was one of the directions of our companies. Talking about other directions, it's not directly related to the company, but still defense projects. I personally consultate a lot of startups that do like drone developments and other stuff. This helps me to understand better all of this technology, how it connected, how it can help win the war. And again, this is a new skill for me personally, because I considered myself a pacifist before the war, but right now I understand how important it is to create defensive products in order to feel protected even if the country is in peace.
And staying with you, despite the challenges we all talked about, Ukrainian companies continue to thrive, win deals on a global level. What factors do you think contribute to the success, and what factors hold us back?
This is for me or for everyone? So factors of the success. So I can talk about the product companies because I represent product companies and I invest in product companies. So right now we see how the market, the employment market changed. We see much more people on the market, so we can hire them cheaply, I would say so. But there is more demand for. There is more employees than demand on the market. And this is good for startups because people are more accessible and you can start your own business easier right now, despite the situation in Ukraine. And I think it's a good thing for a lot of startups in Ukraine. It's not that good with outsourcing companies, as we discussed earlier, because of the risks, there are some it's getting difficult to acquire customers, but the product companies win from this.
I have interesting example, maybe the first positive from my side during today's meeting. We have a really interesting discussion with one of our clients. We propose to this client to extend on Poland market, or maybe, I mean another our offices in another countries. But she told us, guys, there was a full-scale invasion, but your team is working. Okay, you have, for example, a Russian missile attack in your city, but your team is working. For example, you have blackouts, no electricity. Again, you are working. So maybe that's the reason.
And just to give you the ideas of the numbers, so before the war, full-scale invasion started, there were around 250,000 people employed in the IT sector of Ukraine. Majority of these people were in outsourcing companies. We had very large outsourcing companies in Ukraine. Of course, when the war started, a lot of people relocated to different countries. Some of them are mobilized, but still there is a huge potential for technology companies that are currently starting in Ukraine.
As I remember, maybe before the war, around 90% of Ukrainian IT guys worked in outsourcing, yeah? But if you speak right now, maybe 40% in product companies.
Yeah, so this sector is really growing.
There's definitely some gray area now where outsourcing companies making products and vice versa, right? But my next question is to Pavlo. How did Use Robotics make global impact since the full-scale invasion, and how can other companies follow suit?
We are a robotics company. We create, design, integrate, manufacture robots for warehouse automation. And during the war, we go live. We deployed our first project in Kyiv. And our technologies was not ready for the war. For example, in these warehouses, electricity interruptions. Our robots was not prepared for work without electricity. Network interruptions. Our robots was not prepared to work without network. Also, during rocket alerts, all people go into shelter, but our robots are cooperating with humans. And we must change our technologies to work in such conditions. And now our robots are able to work without electricity, without network, without people. And these technologies are very useful in other countries because sometimes we face extreme conditions like some tornado or other conditions. And our technologies are very resilient. And it helps us to win good agreements with top companies because our robots are resilient and reliable. So my recommendation to other companies to use their experience, unique experience in Ukraine, to make their product better, speed up scaling to other markets, United States markets, European markets, other markets, and share this experience in new markets. Thank you.
Ukraine has all this talent, all this potential, this opportunity, we also have a lot to learn. And for me, being here at South by Southwest, first time, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing. This event is not what I expected. What have you learned here? What have you seen here? Do you have any episodes that you want to share? Anything you want to share with our audience that you already seen in Austin?
Who wants to start?
Got them.
You mean here in Austin, or? So again, I will talk not only about the Austin, but other countries as well. So first of all, we see that there is some kind of fear to invest in Ukraine because of the war, which is again which makes harder for Ukrainian startups to raise capital on the further stages, and I think this is a faulty perception and not very. So not very good for the investors because even right now in these conditions, we are able to deliver a pretty great technology, which is resilient and very innovative. So this is one thing. Another thing that I see right now, what is happening, is perception towards MilTech technologies around the investors. So people are opening up for investing in MilTech, which is, I think, good in general, because previously it was like a taboo topic. Nobody liked this. Nobody thought it was useful. But the war in Ukraine opened their eyes, and it is really important to support MilTech startups because they are saving lives. Here in Austin, well, we still have to deliver a very important message to the world because after 2 years of this full-scale invasion, war in Ukraine became a third-party topic, and people started to forget that every day our people are fighting, they're dying, and they're protecting the freedom and democracy for the whole world. Because if Ukraine would fall in the first weeks, there would be another war in Europe, 100%. Right now, we are protecting the whole world from this horrible threat which Russia is.
Yeah, my answer maybe will be more philosophical, general. It's not only about Austin, maybe more about USA approach. In Ukraine, we have a good mathematical school, we have a good engineering school, we have a lot of guys with good technical skills. And maybe we have a lot of guys in our company, employees, with no work-life balance, maybe a lot of work. Less of life. But we also have a Soviet Union legacy. And we don't have good skills with marketing, with sales, with networking. And I see a lot of examples, good networking on this event, for example, and maybe on another events across USA. So maybe we need to learn some sales approach, business development approach.
Next question to all of you, kind of looking ahead 3 to 5 years. How do you see Ukrainian tech companies shaping the global landscape?
I think that today Ukraine is it's kind of compressed spring, and this spring has all this force talents as before, even more motivated, and the spring has 5-10 times more international contacts than ever before, as that is a huge potential. And I think that it can lead to boom of new companies, corporations. Right now, this compressed spring, it's also like a reactor with a lot of things happening inside, like a lot of technologies for military purpose. But most of them can be used for other purposes, like drones can be used for transportation, for example, and like rehabilitation things can be used for enhancement of people. And in 3 years from now, I hope we will have peaceful Ukraine after victory, with 10 times more tech companies, small tech companies. And right now we have options what to do, and we can help a bit to boost this. And maybe we should make step by step, by our example, entrepreneurship kind of national idea, I think. And we should focus and keep very hard, hold very hard the opportunity to build better economic liberalism, to build this country that will have advantage in future global economy.
I'm optimist, and try to stay positive no matter what. So after our victory, within the next few years, there will be a huge project to rebuild Ukraine. Russia will pay, or what will be left from Russia will have to pay contributions and reparations, and billions of dollars will be infused into Ukrainian economy. So there will be a huge demand for a lot of startups and projects to help rebuild Ukrainian cities, to clear up the minefields, to even investigate the Russian war crimes, which are tens of thousands now, and only the technology can solve this issue within a short time frame. So there will be a huge opportunity and money in order to help and make all of this possible. So I think it will be a new economical miracle in Europe in a few years. So I am very positive about it.
So it's better to invest in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
It's smarter.
I agree totally with Alexander and Dmitry. Here will be 10 times, maybe 100 times more companies who build new technologies, because the situation may accelerate everything what happening in Ukraine, and we know already hundreds of companies who building drones in Ukraine, robotics technologies. But before the war started, here was just a few of them. And just in Ukraine, you can test these technologies and get this unique experience. So it's advantage of Ukrainian companies among all others in the world. So I believe that we will have not just many small tech companies, we will see big tech companies. I think that a lot of unicorns will be from Ukraine. And yes, I agree that in an optimistic way, we will have big projects for rebuilding Ukraine, and it will be rebuilt by Ukrainian companies, and they will grow faster. And now it's one of the best moments to invest in Ukrainian companies, because all of these things, and also we have people who are resilient, ready to work, who survived during these conditions. if you talk about startups, we always know that most of startups fail. But if the startups survived during the war, they will survive in any condition. Thank you.
Maybe I'm not the right person to ask the question about future of technologies, because we are services companies, and in our case, if our client wants to get an engineer with, I don't know, blockchain skills, we just we just have to find or teach engineers for our client. And for example, if today our client wants to get engineer with skills to work with large language models, we need to have the same approach. So I believe in our future we will do the same things. But if you speak about the people, I think Ukrainian people is a right choice, because during this war, Ukrainians demonstrate a high level of adaptivity and maybe a high level of internal power. But in case if we speak about the business, we need to understand we speak about the people.
I think we got time for one more. So as an investor, I get a lot of Ukrainians pitching their ideas to me. And the areas I see most promising and where I feel like a lot of innovation that will originate from Ukraine and go globally are in the fields of cybersecurity, generative AI, and defense. Would you agree or disagree with that? And what have you seen specifically in technologies, companies, ideas?
I would add here, like, absolutely agree with your list. Yes. Again, because I'm insider in this niche, but human augmentation, like the technologies that will make humanity more able to do something, to compete with machine one day, to live a better life, to live longer. These technologies will emerge in places that have intersection of like economic liberalism or also less bureaucracy from one side. Second side, there should be, in this place should be good level of medicine as a base to make it happen. And also this place probably we should have some big need. And unfortunately, this is right now in Ukraine. And this, even before the war, Ukraine was one of the best places to build some human augmentation technologies because not so much bureaucracy, good level of medicine. But now we had here the biggest need in the world. And human augmentation technologies, they have all chances to be one of the biggest market, like bigger than automotive, space tech, and even robotic industry combined. And that technology is about all of us.
So I'm personally a big evangelist of machine learning and artificial intelligence technologies. I believe that we are at the very beginning of a new industrial revolution, which is AI revolution. And this is a technology that will help humans, help us with their tools, with machine learning and large language models in order to make decisions better, make decisions faster, and even to automate things that previously were considered almost impossible. Like I can take, again, for example, the Russian war crimes. So right now, in order to process all of these crimes, it will take maybe 20, 30 years with full involvement with many international specialists. But with technologies, this can be very much automated and be done in a few years. So this is, I think, it will be one of the building blocks for the future of humanity in Ukraine in general.
So Ukraine right now is kind of like place where just a lot of things happening, like a lot of possible applications for for future tech. Yeah, that's one of the reasons they can start in Ukraine.
So as you can see, Ukraine is open for business. There's never a better time to invest in Ukraine than right now. I want to thank the panelists, and I'm going to make sure we have enough time for your questions from the audience.
Thank you.
Yes, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. There's a gentleman over there. Okay, hold on, the microphone's coming. Everybody else, think of your question now,
What do you
then raise your
think
hand.
the majority of the Ukrainian people think? Would they agree to a peace with some compromise of land, like Crimea, or are they really willing to fight till the end?
It's an easy question.
I mean, it's Russia. It's, let's face it, logically, this will take a long time.
We are facing it.
Will you answer? So I think like I think this is easy question, and I think we are very solid here, as in very many things. We can argue about many things. Ukrainians can argue, but here we are very solid. No.
So no land for
I could add to that. So nobody probably knows Russians better than us, and we understand that this war is not about the territory, it's about the keeping the empire alive, and they will not stop even if there will be some peaceful agreements which would never Russians will never comply. They will use it in order to regroup and strike again. So there's peaceful agreements is not possible with Russia at its current state. It has to be demolished.
as long as Putin lives, I think.
Not only Putin. It's not about Putin. It's not Putin that is killing our people. The whole Russian population, no matter is it in Russia or abroad, they all support this war, and we wouldn't have this war if it only would be Putin.
Thank you for your question. Raise your hands if you have a question, please, so I can see you. All right, we have one in the front row. And then, please introduce yourself.
Hello, esteemed panel. Max Pechersky here, founder of Promo Republic. So let's talk tech ecosystem in Ukraine. So to win, to be strong, you have to be united. You have to share values. We all know about the Silicon Valley values, giving back, helping each other, paying it forward. What is it that Ukrainian tech ecosystem is missing in terms of values, in terms of being united? What do we need to borrow? And also how to connect people in Ukraine and also those like tech diaspora outside. Like me, for example, I'm based out of Helsinki for the last 7 years. So what do you think is it missing and what can we do about it to unite us, to make us stronger? Thank you.
I can start. I don't think anything's missing. I think we got all the components we need, but definitely working better together through more initiatives and platforms to collaborate. There's so many of us out there. The diaspora is very strong, very talented as well. And if we can plan together and align our incentives, we can achieve great things.
I totally agree. Millions of Ukrainians are now abroad, and actually we got first customers outside of Ukraine through Ukrainian people in United States, for example. So I agree that nothing is missing.
I believe, I totally agree, and I believe collaboration in practice, like just by collaborating and by taking it as example and sharing it within Ukraine, it will just step by step will shift mindset to build some international, some companies, technologies. Maybe we can, like, within Ukraine, inside Ukraine, we can help, like, to push this idea forward again, to make kind of entrepreneurship more as national idea, and maybe even some step forward to boost this process, like use more of English language in official documents, for example, or at least to start this dialogue within Ukraine, like to, why not? Why not? For collaborating, for implementing all these contacts we have during last, like, 10 times more contacts than ever before. We paid so high price for this. We are paying so high price for this. That can lead to way more companies if we will, like, help to shift mindset toward English like a second language, second official, or something less radical. I don't know.
Thank you. Raise your hands if you have a question.
I
So I
wanted
can
to add
see.
a very important thing. So the war is happening not only on the battlefield, but also on the informational field. And we see that Russia are using this informational warfare very effectively, especially abroad. So there are a lot of narratives that are Russians trying to infuse into the different societies. And unfortunately, at some countries, they are winning. And what is very important is, first of all, to have the informational hygiene and to understand what is like fake news, pro-Russian, etc., and what is real truth. So the recommendation for the Ukrainians abroad is to be more vocal and again, to spread the right, the truth and the news about
Be
what's
united
really
on
happening.
messaging, engage in people diplomacy. Yes. Our next question, fourth row.
Hi, my name is Andrei. I'm an engineering student at the University of Texas. One question I wanted to go back and touch on is expansion of Ukrainian companies into other countries. Like, for example, like obviously Google is an American company, has offices all over the world. What are the major challenges that need to be overcome for Ukrainian companies to expand into, other markets besides the obvious, like capital or, labor access? What are like the niche things that people aren't talking about?
Maybe this question for me mostly. I think, according to our experience, maybe we have a typical challenges, legal, taxes. Yeah, we have a new experience about how we can hire new people, but on my point of view, the main problem maybe, or main challenge for us is understanding of new culture in another countries, because in every other country we have maybe a little bit different mindset, and you need to understand this market for hiring new people and for getting new clients. So maybe mindset is the most important.
Thank you. Next question, gentlemen. This one first, right behind Garrett.
You made the point about information warfare. When I look at the Ukraine-Russia conflict, it's the definition of just war. And I think the Ukrainians have moral authority. And what I don't hear in kind of a public conversation is the discussion around just war and moral authority. I remember the mid-1990s, the Ukrainians had nuclear weapons. The United States and the UK gave a security guarantee. Give up your weapons. We're very concerned about loose nukes at the time. Our guys were running all over Africa, concerned about Ukrainian loose nukes. And you guys gave them up, and we said we'd come kind of protect you. And here we are, vacillating. So I guess the question is, how come, I don't hear kind of For me, that's just a history lesson. That is completely clear. Why isn't that story, it's 35 years ago or 30 years ago, why isn't it being told? You know, it just seems like people forget. And, you know, you guys are young guys, you probably don't even remember that. I certainly do.
Thank you for the question. And I think we do what we can to tell this story. But what do you guys think?
Well, I think it's more a political question. Maybe there are some agreements that we don't know as tech people why it's not happening. Well, it's a valuable lesson that we learned when this war started. So never to rely on anybody else. So you have to build your own security and your army in order to really be protected. We see these narratives with NATO as well. So it's, I think again, this is very hard topic and is historical lesson that we all have to learn.
We have a question over there, Volodymyr.
Volodymyr Berezhny, founder of ABS Group. I'm portfolio company of Capital Factory. I lived these two years in Texas, and I see more Ukrainian leaders coming. And thank you guys for coming here and speaking up. I think you're doing a great job of showing Ukrainian companies. My question is, how do we as a community create more leaders instead of being commodity-based outsourcing companies? Basically create as a community more leaders who can drive change faster and create more products outside the bigger companies. What can we do together?
What can we do to create more product?
What can we do together to create more companies, successful companies?
I think we should keep this type of dialogues and more public, more often. I think like this information, like we are talking right now here, and like we are talking within our small community, small bubble, it should be spread all over Ukraine. Like, because there is huge potential that is still sleeping. We should show Ukrainians that there is a way to create international companies inside Ukraine if they want. It's not so hard, it's possible. And they have everything they need for this, just they haven't seen example.
So I personally consider the Ukrainian tech market as a very young market, at least like 20 years old. So there weren't a lot of technology companies in Ukraine not so recent time ago. Well, comparing to the Silicon Valley when it is already 70 years, maybe more. And it's when we have both product companies and outsourcing companies, they kind of work together. So outsourcing companies have experience working with Western clients. They know how to build products for the client, etc. And they grow the specialists that the product companies later can hire. So we kind of grow together, and it wouldn't be possible to build product companies without the outsourcing as well.
We've been here for a whole hour. I want to thank our panelists again, Dima, Alexander, Pavlo, Vitaly. I'm being signaled that Garrett will come back on stage now, take us to the next panel.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you. You guys can come over here and just put the things on the chairs. We're gonna take like 4 minutes. We're gonna do a quick switch, and then we're gonna go right on to our second panel. Very exciting. So please don't leave before hearing the second panel. Get some refreshments. We'll be back in like 4 minutes.
It works, yes.
During this vital event to shine a light on how, despite Russian aggression, Ukrainian tech companies continue to demonstrate
One.
One simple motion might not seem
І коли
Свободи від морозу, від негоди, чи він не змерз, чи він не змерз. Не знамо нам, де поліція, де в рукавах поліції, просто сумує, просто сумує, ну. Нічий, барвавляться на плечі, сам пошов пляскать. Но пляскаться не грався, добре воля, включать холод на крильцо, так, рукавця.
Раз. О, найс. Раз.
Порушилися.
Якщо що, то я все
Раз.
хотіла, Юля. Я не знаю, що ми.
Горошка потрошку, що ряди та й нагору. По пітинам жабаря валізла. Бодай тобі, мій миленький, голова облізла.
If everyone can please return to their seats, we're going to get started with the second panel, the future of tech. So please return to your seats. This is a 1-minute warning to return to your seats. Thank you. If everyone could please return to their seats or join their seats, we're going to get started with the second panel. I see some people still getting drinks, so we'll just give it another minute just to let people come back. We're going to get started with the second panel, so please do join us. We're going to get started with the second panel, so please do join us. And you could, sorry, excuse me. I'm just going to go through here. Sorry. We're going to get started with the second panel, everyone. We're excited to have you here for the second panel, so please come take a seat. All right, I'm excited to welcome our next crew to the stage. First, I'll introduce our moderator, and then he will introduce the rest of the panelists. Our moderator is the co-founder and host of Demo Day, and as well as the host of the Venture Daily podcast. So please welcome to the stage Jackson Fordyce and the panelists. Yes, come on. Jackson will introduce you all.
Yeah, come on up, y'all. Come on up.
Thank you, guys. And please enjoy the next panel.
Yeah, thank you, Garrett.
Every panel has to have a weird person, and at least here you don't have to guess.
We have a great list of guests this evening. We have RoboCop on the far left here.
Woo!
Kidding. That's Dan. Dan, want to give a little background about your company and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Dan. I'm Ukrainian. I live here in Austin. I'm co-founder and CEO of New Homes Made. That's the marketplace for new construction homes. That's on the mission to solve housing shortage and affordability crisis here in the U.S.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Marvin, love to introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, my name is Marvin. So I'm actually normally based in San Francisco, which is the world's most expensive third world city. Been in tech for about 25 years, so did the startup thing, was a big tech exec at Yahoo doing international expansion. I was a partner at 500 startups when they were good, and then had ran a gaming holding company for about 2 years, split between Germany and Ukraine and the US. And now I'm a VC again. So I run a small fund called Diaspora that invests in European pre-seed founders, focusing on the US market. And I also have a holding company that does a lot of LP checks and also investing in stuff that I feel like investing.
An investor, hardest job in the world. Thank you for your service. Vlad, please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. I'm Vlad. I'm founder and CTO of Clade AI and Let's Enhance. So what we do is we build an AI creative studio for e-commerce. And we're doing it for 5 years already. In my LinkedIn headline, I did Gen AI before it was cool. So and it's actually true. So we are doing it like for 5 years. We're building products in this niche using genuine generative AI.
Thank you, Vlad. And last and absolutely the best, Vera. Please, would love to intro yourself as well.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vera. I'm Ukrainian, and I came here from Kyiv. I had to take like 2 trains and 2 flights to get here. In total, it's like 2 days, 3, but it's actually worth it because I enjoy like spring in Austin, like blossom trees, and all these chatty birds. I enjoy it so much, yeah. And I work in MacPaw, and actually today is my 15th anniversary. It's happened.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. And
15 years.
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing. His VR. So.
Yeah. I'm recording. Well, I see everything, guys.
So you're recording us, yeah?
Yeah, it's a social experiment. First of all, I'm trying to figure out if I want drop down, after using that through the panel. And second, I'm curious how that will look on the recording after we finish.
So watch him. And I'm a CTO of MacPaw, so let's start.
Well, glad all of y'all are here this afternoon. Glad y'all are here as well. We're going to have a great conversation about AI, VR, some regulation topics. We're going to go deeper into the App Store and other topics like that. So we'll first start off with a question for the group. Marvin, we'll start with you, and everyone else can answer this question. AI and VR are significantly transforming the field of software development, both in how software is created and the functionalities it can offer. Specifically, how do you see AI and VR redefining software development, and what impact have they had on shaping product development strategies? We'll start with you, Marvin, and then we'll move on.
That's a long question. So 2 very, very different things, right? So, on the AI side, I actually am of the school of thought that AI is going to transform everything, but not from a consumer perspective, but really more from a B2B perspective. And so I actually think that it's going to be the incumbents that actually benefit, not necessarily startups. And so the point about this, right? Take a look at what's been happening with Meta. In previous sort of waves of technology, it's always been startups, right? This is talking about the next big wave of AI. But actually, it's so different this time with the technology, because the reality is that most technology usually eats people and eats jobs, right? And I think you're seeing this actually happen. This is, I think, the dirty secret in most of big tech right now, is they're firing people because, not just because these people are lazy and not doing anything, they're firing people because a lot of these jobs are being replaced by a lot of the software that's actually being written, right? So for example, you saw recently, Klarna just released the fact that they've used AI to work on customer service, where it's equivalent to 70 customer service jobs. Think about how that's going to be replicated across most white-collar sort of basic work. And so stuff like that, how software is being written, I actually think, I remember reading this article back this was like 10 years ago in Wired about programmers are the new sort of coal miners. I didn't understand it at that time, and now fast forward 10 years, they're actually it's kind of true. And so you're always going to need programmers, you're always going to need developers, but the reality is that I think the bar is so much higher now, and so AI is going to be, it's almost like chess, right? Like right now, if you have a player without being sort of augmented with sort of the computer, they'll actually lose against a person, against a computer, right? But if you actually see somebody who's actually a great chess player augmented with augmented with a computer, they're really, really good now. And so they're able to beat just a computer by itself. And so I think what's happening is the bar is actually being, rising for most, like, if you're a marketer, you're done, unless like you're in the top 5 or 10 percentile. If you're a programmer, if you're not top 5 or 10 percentile, you're done because of these tools, these enhancements, right? Like it's kind of like the new, at least that's how I look at it.
Vera, how do you see AI in VR redefining software development?
Yeah, I want to add to Marvin about like this threat of losing job. It's actually happening. I agree with you, but based on research, like, it creates a job, like even more jobs. So let's see how it will go, because like more and more people needed to, train these models, like control them and so on and so forth. Talking about AI, I focus on AI also, and like it's maybe one of the biggest tech revolution I've seen in my lifetime, and I like support it, enjoy it, and like don't support this idea that like humanity is destined and like it's all will end. And AI transformed like our lifestyle and like software development and software we see, because it's not LLMs, large language models. They can understand what people need, understand like their requests, their prompt, but then they need to do something. And as today, they're great in generating your like instruction and explanations, or like some funny images to share. But I like when something is useful, because not just for fun. And here it comes, this agents idea. Maybe some of us like heard about it. This need of lots of agents. It's like a piece of like software, piece of function, some service. This understanding machine, like large language model, could like just trigger and to react on some action. And in my opinion, it's how like most of the software should kind of transform, and it's like an opportunity for them. Not just have your, let's say, application or website or web service. You need to provide this kind of functions, because like every application is in its core is just a set of like small function, and then you just cover it with some UI and like any additional like stuff. And I see it's like a huge opportunities, and like need to change for each software developer to think about your application as a set of functions and how it could be triggered by all this new way for users to interact with technology. I mean, like LLM. Yeah.
Can I make a point too?
Please.
Sorry to dominate, but just one of the things I've been thinking about over the last sort of like 6 to 9 months is how this completely changes sort of like how startups and actually how companies are actually being built. And so if you think back, and sorry, I talk like an old man, right? But like if you look back in 1999, when I was first doing startups, you actually had to raise like $5 million to actually build a startup, right? Because like we didn't have the hardware. You had to go buy the hardware. There weren't the distribution tools, right? You fast forward like 2008, 2009, the cost of actually starting a startup went down to like $500,000 to $1 million, right? Because of just like SaaS, you have the distribution tools. And I think this is something that we're actually missing now. Where if you take a look at all the SaaS products, all the cloud services, all the distribution tools, the AI tools that are actually available now, the reality is that it's becoming easier and easier to do a startup, and the cost structure has actually gone down now. So this actually changes how startups are being made. This actually changes how VC is actually being done. So you actually don't need to raise like $5 million unless you're doing deep tech, or you're doing like raising $1 million, $2 million to do deep tech. But for almost every other kind of startup, you raise like 50 to 100K. Right? Like because of the cost structure has gone down dramatically. And so the only difference now is your ability as an entrepreneur to sort of understand the market, and your ability actually to almost project manage and partner manage like resources, right? And software and people, where I think we're fast approaching a time like 5 to 10 years from now, you will have hundreds of like 1 to 3 person companies worth $1 billion, right? Because they can use a lot of this software, a lot of these AI tools, even some amount of outsourcing. And so just to finish off, there's this guy, his name is David Cummings from Atlanta. He sold a company called Pardot, and he coined this phrase called the forever lean startup, where it's just like you can just have these like tiny companies that are doing like 20, 30, 40 million dollars in revenue every single year with like 5 or 6 people. Like you're going to see more of that. That's exciting.
And so I was going to, based off that, do you think these startups will raise less and less money in the next 5 or 10 years than they need to, like right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what will VCs have to provide to these startups, letting them know, like,
look, most VCs are useless, right? Like, let's be frank. Like, most VCs don't really add that much value. It's just money. And so at the end of the day, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have deep tech. VCs are going to go back to doing what they're really, really good at, the deep tech, the hard tech stuff, right? And yes, you can still fund these like small things. So a small fund like mine can actually do these small, because you can still return. But for most institutional VCs, I think that they're trapped in the rock and the hard place. And so I do think things like defense tech, things like hard tech, things like biotech, where you actually need big slugs of money, you'll start seeing more of that. And I think that's a good thing.
Vlad, what potential do you see for AI and VR in creating more immersive and engaging software applications?
Yeah, sure. So, like I'm in AI for many years, and also I have to admit I'm a bit biased because I'm also based in San Francisco, which is like an epicenter right now for all of these things happening. And so AI is, I think that AI is actually changing everything right now, bit by bit. And VR, speaking about VR, so people have been doing VR for quite some years, but right now what's happening is a very big deal because Apple stepped in and they released a device, which is amazing. It's like a little bit useless, I would say, but it's still amazing. So it's still amazing. So I view it like more like a conceptual device. So Apple unveiled like a set of ideas in this device. And I view it as an engineer, right? So I'm looking at the device, okay, it has this set of sensors, APIs, cameras, everything. So what can I do with it, right? And if we connect AI to this part, like the possibilities are just huge, like except for some, like maybe some very obvious use cases come to mind from entertainment industry. But apart from that, so I mean, so AI can actually, like we have all this like LLMs, we have multimodal models which can interpret not only text but also visual information, and we'll also have a special information in this device. And we can actually, if compute allows us, we're not quite there yet, but I think like from the research perspective, we are already there. So we can just take what we see right now in Apple Vision Pro and just overlay it with like hints about the surrounding world and just explanations of the surrounding world. And if we add something which I'm working on, which is like visual generative AI, generating images, videos, and you can actually like put this stuff on top using the mixed reality features of Apple Vision Pro, and you can do a lot with that, right? So possibilities are just huge there. So it's like one of the things which we built. I really like this kind of features. I call it like reimagining the image, right? With new diffusion models. So you can take existing image and you can kind of redraw it in something. So one idea I had, for example, like if you have your room and you want like a new design in your apartment, you can actually like, regenerate it in another design, and you can like fix it. It's just like one idea out of like millions of ideas, what can be done.
Dan, can you share how AI has been improving or shaping your real estate services, and more specifically, how AI has served as a catalyst for growth in this sector?
Yeah, sure. Like, first of all, I just, like, we were talking about the evolvement of AI and VR, and I just, like, I thought, like, when I was in the middle school, I would just, like, be in the computer all the time, or just, like, sometimes in front of the TV, and, like, my grandma would always tell me, like, get farther from computer, or just like sit, the perfect distance is like this, or don't sit so close to the TV. And like, look at me now, grandma, and I just think like that in general, everything that happens with AI and also with spatial computing is helping us to erase that bridge or that gap between reality and technology. Because like if you think of the spatial computing right now, like pretty much everything that we can see like through the technology seems pretty much like the same quality, and it's really hard to see the difference sometimes. And the same with AI. Like you can correspond with the machine, but then it's really hard to tell if that is a machine or a human, and that's happening more and more often right now. In terms of the real estate, like specifically what we are doing, one of the biggest challenges are that when people are buying a home, especially first-time home buyers, there's a huge asymmetry of information. So it feels like you know less than everyone else, but at the same time, you have the most to lose because like everyone else kind of like making money on you and you're taking the mortgage for 30 years and then you're just like, you're messed up, you know, something is wrong. And people have to go through the huge learning curve while preparing for the transaction. And right now, everything has to be done personally, right? Because that's the biggest investment that you do in your lifetime, and you want to go there, you want to see everything, you want to touch, you want to talk to the person who will be responsible, etc. And you're dealing with several processes that are really complicated. And the way how we use like artificial intelligence in that process, that we're basically having a lot of data that never been online, and we use AI and machine learning to make it more like convertible, digestible, and in general better, so that people can make a decision when they're looking at some data using our product. And when we talk about the spatial computing, like one of the big challenges, like can I see the place where I will live before I will buy it? Or can I make it from the distance? Like while I'm in California, can I look at some homes in Austin and then make a decision? And the issue is that before now, that gap between people expectations and the state of the technology was so big that, you know, like even if you used something, the quality was really bad and it still had to have you like engage personally in the process, go somewhere, talk to people. But right now, there is a really big chance that that can change and that people can start buying homes from the comfort of their couch, you know, and do it differently. And I think that in general, that may increase or improve the way how people move, how people find the place where they live, and bring a lot of additional positive change in the United States and in the world globally.
Vera, you mentioned earlier agents, and so I'm wondering, with OpenAI's recent initiatives in automating device operations and tasks, what impact might this have on the future direction of the software industry?
Yeah, this recent news from OpenAI was quite like news for me, and like OpenAI is a company producing like huge changes almost like each week, and this one was one more big change, and I'm interested in the approach to this and how they can what it will be the architecture of this, and how will they, especially about business model. Because as for now, current business model is you create an app or let's say the service, and just people, let's say, download it to your mobile device or your laptop, and like that's it. And software developer communicate directly with their customer. And what OpenAI offer is a completely different model, because you create just this agent, just this pure function. Let's say you have some archiver or some converter from PDF to like something, whatever format. And actually for these use cases, you don't need like a downloadable application. It's too much. And it could be done like a small agent, and just, let's say, ChatGPT just triggers it, and it gets executed. And what will be the business model behind this? Because software developers need to support, need to earn money from this. It's not just about like providing these agents from free. And they were like not clear about it, how we will pay, what will be the model behind this. But I see like the future in this, because like it's like for me, for some software, not like big software, like let's say Final Cut or like Photoshop or something like that, it's too much to like download it to your computer, and maybe it's too much because of security reasons to download some scary binary to your like let's say laptop. Why should you do this if you can just use more like universal interface of ChatGPT and other large language models provide us? So like I see the future in this. Yeah.
I want to transition to talking about the Digital Markets Act and regulation, and this question's for the group. The DMA in Europe is one of the latest examples of expansive tech regulation impacting the industry. How do you perceive its impact? Do you see similar regulations coming about in the US and other countries? Marvin, we'll start with you first.
Maybe it's sort of the old libertarian in me where I just think like, you've seen that joke, it's like US innovates, right? China duplicates, Europe regulates. It's kind of true. I actually think this is actually a really bad thing for Europe in general, because this is an issue in the US as well too, right? You have regulators who actually don't really understand technology, don't really understand the landscape in general. And so this is what I worry about, like, how do you regulate something you don't really understand, right? It goes back to sort of, I remember back in 2020, remember when they had brought like Mark Zuckerberg in front of like the Congress and and they didn't even understand the business model, right? They're like, how do you make money? It's like, we make money from ads. Like, just like, and that's what I worry about, particularly for something like AI, especially when we're sort of in this like AI race, right? So I kind of get what Europe is doing. The only thing that's actually going to do is actually going to force a lot of that talent. All that talent will actually end up over here.
Okay.
This is my opinion. I could be wrong, but I just think it's all going to end up over here because they're going to be like, wow, this is a pain in the ass. I'm restricted in sort of like what I can do over here. And the US market's just way bigger.
Right. Dan, do you agree with Marvin on that?
Yeah, sort of like, I just have a slightly different perspective to that part of the issue because like in real estate, like pretty much United States is in the forefront of the regulation when everything comes to the housing and everything else. And we've just been talking about that recently that like with all of the changes that right now are happening in terms of the cookies policy and Google Chrome tracking prevention, like all of that stuff happened in real estate years ago. So to be precise, like there's Fair Housing Act, that basically the bill that regulates discrimination and segregation when it comes to the housing was released in 1966, but only in 2019 and 2020, Google and Facebook adopted it. And that basically made it impossible for any real estate company that deals with the housing use any such things as the gender, race, age, income, or preferences like for the targeting. And that's like the issue that everyone dealt with. At the end of the day, do I think it's good or bad? I think it's bad. It was bad for some companies at the beginning, right? Because a lot of companies, they lost a lot of revenue. But at the end of the day, that's really better for the consumers because everyone got the access to the better quality of the data and a better experience when it comes to the housing. And I think that at the end of the day, considering that we all are in this together, that made companies innovate more. And I think that's what happens with regulation, that sometimes it, like, you think of that as, oh my God, that's just like the worst thing that could happen to our industry. But then you start to innovate and you discover new opportunities that were a lot better than something that we had before, right? So it's like a two-edged sword, like, right? Like something like this.
Vlad, in your opinion, do you think we'll see similar regulations like in Europe in the United States?
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the regulations itself, but what we will see just maybe upcoming weeks is this antitrust legislation going on against Apple, like collected for multiple years of evidence. We will see a certain effect on Apple. So generally, like I kind of share the libertarian kind of motives here, but like overall, the regulation which is proposed in the EU, like usually is a pretty bit like unwieldy, and it could be it could be also like the negative part. What I think like the positive thing about it is like I'm always in like for creative, like more for creating more competition and just giving more like tools to generate revenue streams for companies, which is like a positive thing. But I'm not sure about the regulation itself. We are not building apps right now. But if we would build an app, I can imagine like it would be easier for us if we would have like an alternative to App Store probably. But we will see. But as for regulation, yeah, like, I mean, we just need to watch the news like over upcoming weeks, and yeah, something will come out of it.
You mentioned the Apple antitrust lawsuit. Do you have any predictions on what will happen with that?
I'm not a huge expert in that. Sorry, like I don't really have predictions, but it will have some consequences. I know they were able to fight off certain things, allegations, but we will see. We will see where it unfolds. Maybe it could be a little bit similar to what was happening with like in the 90s with Internet Explorer and the Microsoft. So maybe it would be similar to that, but I'm not quite sure.
I actually think there's 2 points. I think number one, we need to watch it very carefully, right? Because Apple has been in a lawsuit with Epic for a while, right? Because Epic's trying to sort of open this up. And what is happening is actually, it's very, very clear that Apple is a complete monopoly in this area, right? Where they're shutting down, and anyone who's actually done an app, right? Trying to sort of launch an app on the Apple App Store, where it's like the whole process is super opaque. You don't really know sort of like how long it's going to take. It could be a month. It actually could be a year, just sort of like back and forth. And so I do think that lack of transparency, and I also think the biggest issue that they have right now is just they're minting so much money from this now, and Apple's become so calcified, where it's very, very clear, like many of the big apps who are just like, yeah, we don't want to do business with it anymore. We're going to, anything we do in the app is going to be free, right? Because I don't want to give up my 30% of revenue. So I'm just going to basically push people to sort of like the mobile sort of like website, right? Or push you to sort of like somewhere else versus sort of the actual app, because like you don't want to give up that margin. And so I think this is they're going to have a huge issue with that, because bigger companies don't need them, slowly don't need them anymore.
Do you think alternative app stores can be deemed safe for new users compared to?
I actually worry less about sort of like whether they're going to be safe. The biggest thing is actually, can you overcome consumer laziness, right? Where it's like, I know Apple App Store, or I know the Google Play Store. I'm so used to that right now. So like, why do I need to go somewhere else? We've just trained the consumers to just go to do this, and also they're so integrated into their products, right? Whether it's a Pixel phone or it's the iPhone, consumers are lazy, right? Like I'm a consumer, we're all lazy, so you have to really hate the thing to go do something new, right? So maybe the nerds and geeks might do that, but that's a very small portion of the population. And we don't have an ecosystem like China, where there's lots of these sort of like hard forks of sort of Android, right? There's many different players over there with many different phone players. That isn't the situation here in the US. So I question whether that's going to happen.
Vera, how do you think the Digital Markets Act in the EU and more broadly other tech regulations will impact distribution methods of products on digital platforms?
Yeah. Thank you, and I want to continue from Marvin's about like these app stores and like people are really lazy. I agree with that. And actually, what is happening in Europe? It's like on 7th of March, just like a couple of days ago. It's coming to action, and Apple and other like 5 companies, which were called like gatekeepers, because they like called like monopolists from some digital markets. They had to like do some actions. It's not just about Apple, like Meta and like other Alphabet, other huge companies that controls like search engines, app stores, like even YouTube is like currently in EU is considered like a product, like a digital market that should be regulated to allow more other players. And as for our company, it's like a huge deal, because for us it's opened like opportunity with our like setup. Subscription-based store to like create eventually alternative to the App Store for iOS. But it's still, it will have, we are in a beta right now, and just in around a month it will be released, and we'll see how like users will react, will they like download it? But it's not just like alternative to App Store. It's not the same because you can provide like a different approach to App Stores. Let's say, like as for us, you can get like all the apps for just one subscription, and you will see less of marketing inside these apps, and more innovation could be.
You
Are
have
okay?
beautiful eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, reality is so much better. There you can
Yeah,
continue.
yeah. And you can see like more and more innovation in field of distribution of software, how you just business models behind this and like support like rating systems. So they give you more and more freedom and users will benefit from this. But what we see is from this initial stage, how Apple implemented this, it's not that like easy to be a player, because as a company you need to be huge, you need to have like money, you need to be
well, it's a marketing problem,
yeah,
right? It's basically
from
a marketing and distribution and awareness issue, and ultimately I think this is why it's very, very hard to sort of become much more mainstream. Everyone's just so used to the tool, right? It's embedded already in the product that they're buying. It's so hard to.
Yeah, but I hope they will be pushed more and more, like let's say with default web browser. Like they have pre-installed, but in EU they forced Apple to like at first launch show just on iOS you need to pick what you want to use, Safari or Chrome or any other browser. So I hope they will show like similar at least alerts. Okay, here's App Store, but you have alternative. Just you can use this on that, and I hope European Union will continue like this. This policy, and we'll see like similar changes in US, because it's not just about like it's like useful regulation, because it's true that we have only one like app store and one player on the market, and like developers, businesses, and users just they are losing something because of this. So I hope US will join this regulation. Yeah.
Marvin, who do you think the real winners are when it comes to regulation, not even just with the DMA, but regulation in general in tech in the United States?
It's the big players, right? Because they have the money to basically navigate and manage this. It's not the small startups in general. And so, this is my opinion, right? Like, I do think the big difference of the incumbents now, unlike 15, 20 years ago, when it's like HP or these like companies that become very big, they become big, dumb, and slow, right? That's actually not the case. Maybe Google will be the examples. They're becoming big, dumb, and slow, but like that's not the case for Meta. That's not the case for really any of the other sort of like companies. Microsoft is a ferocious competitor. And so this is the first time where you're looking at all the major sort of like big tech companies. They're incredibly competitive right now, unlike before. At least this is sort of like, maybe that'll change. Google probably will change, right? Like the reality, I'd question whether Sundar is going to still be CEO by the end of the year.
Wow. And you see them as winners from this?
Huh?
And you see them, like big tech, as winners from regulation?
They have lots of money, super competitive, and also a lot of the tech companies, the way they're structured is that they have, the dual sort of like it is actually very, very important. So many of the founders actually have like high voting shares, so they can't get kicked out by hedge funds and other folks. So they can make those like really, really hard changes. Like the workforce. Maybe your revenue will go down like 30%. Where in other cases you get fired, right? But because they have so much control, they can make a lot of the very, very hard changes because they own the company. Because of this dual sort of like class structure, and they're founder driven, right? So like they're willing to eat their own children. That is not the case in most of the time if you're a professional manager. So that's a big difference this time.
So Marvin thinks the big tech companies are the winners in regulation. Vlad, what do these regulations mean for small or medium-sized tech companies and independent developers?
Well, I'm somewhat optimistic on this one because it may enable some companies to actually publish their apps, which they was not able to publish before. For example, like there is a famous example of Hey App, right, from DHH, who they wanted to have like a little bit different business model than the one was proposed by Apple. They wanted to have like a different payment structure, and there was like a big deal. They made a big deal out of it, and I can understand that, right? I'm thinking about our product. right? So, and I would prefer to keep subscriptions like we have right now on our website, like using Stripe, etc. So, I mean, this may allow companies to build apps which they were not considering to build before. But we will see. And I can also agree, yeah, that App Store is sticky. But like honestly, I think App Store kind of sucks. And
it's terrible. I mean, they've done nothing.
Search is terrible.
Terrible.
Like
Terrible.
the promotion is just discovery is like non-useful. And I think that yeah, it will also force Apple to innovate on the App Store and make it better. And we will see, but it will bring like a lots of new dynamic to this already like established market, so people know how to promote their apps and how to like build this kind of App Store SEO kind of thing. So right now it will be changing when your app stores will be coming and will be gaining some mass, but it will take some time.
Dan, how has your business been impacted by recent changes in advertising cookie and app tracking policies implemented by Apple and Google? And what are some strategies you found successful for customer acquisition in spite of constantly changing rules?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So as I said, like with the previous one, that we kind of like got used to that, right? So some sort of regulation happens in real estate all the time. We always have to continue innovate, use other platforms. Specifically to what you said, we've been adopting customer data platforms a lot, just like, figuring out how do we can just like sideload some data, collect some data, just like analyze it differently to figure out how do we can deliver better value for the consumers. But at the end of the day, I think that also related to the previous question, right, that whatever happens with the regulation, whatever happens in general in the world, if you continue creating value for your users and for everyone else, you still will win. Right, and no regulation can change that. And even if we think of about the case that happened with Microsoft in the 90s around Internet Explorer, like in 2007, Apple released iPhone, and a lot of that stuff became like not really relevant, right? And even before and after that, it's also like Google Chrome achieved massive domination. Would they achieve it if there wasn't like a regulation around like Microsoft Explorer? Maybe, maybe not. But what they really did, they created a lot better product, right? And better products, they win users. And I think that if you continue focusing on a better user experience, not only how they use your product, but also how they discover it, like regulation is not that relevant after all.
Vera, what does user-friendly signify in your perspective, and how does it shape the software that you, MacPaw, develop or use, and what does the approach mean for business and for customers?
Like user friendliness, like it's very easy to understand idea. It's how it's easy to use your software. So like everything should be really easy to use. It's not something new. And like for MacPaw, it's like a part of our DNA because we like started from the love to Apple company, and like quality and simplicity is like their like biggest values. We kind of copy it at the beginning, and that's why we like value this simplicity. But in my opinion, like nowadays something needs to be added to this user friendliness, because like just ease of use, it's not enough. As from the name, it's like user friendly, so it's a kind of a friend. So software you use, service you use should be your friend, not your enemy. And so your enemy like will steal your data, and your friend shouldn't be doing this. So this software, your friend software, should respect your data, respect your privacy, and be like a good player, be a good friend to you. So like in my perspective, it should be like a bigger meaning, not just ease of use. And like for us, it's like to breathe in air. It's some like very natural stuff to do, and because of this, our major product, CleanMac, is quite very old utility. It's like 15 years old, and when you have such old app, it's constantly add new and new features, and it can become really like cumbersome, like and not that easy to use. But from the day one, we have this idea of like one button solution. So you can just need just one button to like do whatever you want. And we call it from some time just scan, clean, done, just 3 steps, and you can like finish any task. And we spent a lot of like in development, our designers just think and how we can take this new functionality and put in this old, easy to use like paradigm, just scan, clean, done, and just not to show a user all this complexity of like new technology. Just it's our job to deal with it, and users should be faced only with like value and just click one button and receive the result. Yeah.
Marvin, what's your opinion on user friendliness?
So I'm not a product guy, but at the end of the day, I actually think that that's just table stakes now, right? Like we're so used to having sort of easy to use products, right? So an easy to use product is not like Salesforce, right? It's not like this garbage like Oracle or whatever, right? And so, I use the example of just sort of, if you want to take a look at sort of like big differences of sort of user-friendly versus not user-friendly, I use like a B2B example, but like Concur, right? I'm from Concur, like just, I think they're owned by SAP or something, so it makes sense. Just garbage software. Spend like 6 or 7 hours working on your expense versus Expensify. It's like 15, 20 minutes. That's a big difference, right? It's just sort of like so easy, very intuitive to use, and you get what you want to do done very, very quickly. That's table stakes right now. Like 10 years ago, that was such a big deal. It's like, oh, look, it's so user-friendly. I actually think now, so I'm an investor, so I was looking at this company, and it's in consumer space. And super interesting concept. It's in the consumer area, really smart team. But you look at the product and you're like, this product sucks. I'm not investing in this company. If you can't even have a basic product, even at the pre-seed seed level, it's just like you have no chance. And so I think it's just sort of like bare minimum user friendliness of just sort of, is this intuitive? Is this something that literally anybody can use, right? When I say anybody, like a 12-year-old, maybe that's not the best example, like my mom, like 70-year-old person can use this product. That's what I call user friendliness.
Vlad, how do you balance the need for advanced features while maintaining a user-friendly interface in your software?
Yeah, so I more kind of want to comment on user friendliness in general and then get back to advanced features. So I think like, okay, I'm AI guy, right? So I think that AI is changing everything, right? Including user interfaces. So we have built machines which can accept instructions, like machine instructions, not human instructions. And we built all this like programming languages, APIs, layers of this stuff. But we are not talking right now in the programming language with you, right? So, and right now what we have is we can actually start to communicate with machine in our own natural language, like human language, and we can give it instructions and it may follow instructions and it may do something useful already, like even in this early stage. And this thing is progressing just, like the rate of progress is just unforeseeable. Like, I mean, it's amazing. And so what I think is that apps of the future, like the topic of the panel, right? They will look like, basically it will be like a multimodal LLM controlling like a swarm of agents, which will actually be based on user input in a natural language and visual input as well. And so it's the future because it unlocks many possibilities, and we already see new UI patterns emerging, and we see all this like question-based help centers. It's just very, very first steps which we are making right now as an industry. So I think that's actually the future of apps, like this natural interface. And coming back to advanced features, right, you can invoke them via all these instructions. And again, like if you want, and of course you need to also change the UX patterns. So we are used to a certain set of UX patterns right now, which everyone understands, like a floppy disk or something like that for saving stuff. But I mean, all these UX patterns are also changing right now, and we will be developing new UX patterns to work with these AI tools. So that's my take.
Dan, to you as well. How do you balance the need for advanced features while maintaining a user-friendly interface in your software?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So in general, like I think that when we talk about user-friendly interface or user-friendly experience, it's about like when people are getting satisfaction not only from the end result of the product, when they're not just happy with what the product produced, but also when they were really happy and satisfied while using that. And that's like a completely different mindset, because like you typically try to optimize for the end result, but what about the whole experience? And like in real estate, once again, it's super critical, because like retention is relatively zero, right? People buy homes 13 years. The end result is massive. People live there and spend like most of their life, and they're hopefully really happy about that. But the process towards the home ownership is a pure hell. Like, I mean, it's terrible. Like you struggle on every moment. You're really doubting the whole idea of the home ownership. You don't know why you're doing this. Is that in general like worth it? And there's like a lot of things that people go through, right? And unfortunately, the worst thing that many of those things we can't really impact with our interface. We can help people find a home, learn some general information, schedule a tour, maybe do a virtual tour, but then it comes to like, you know, interaction with the real person on like reviewing the contract, negotiating the price, etc. And when we do anything with our product, we are trying to take like the home buying experience, like the positive experience is our North Star, like how we can actually improve that. And lucky for us that it's really correlates with the conversion rate, because like if people are happy on every step of the transaction, they're more of them ending up buying something, right? And in our case, like, I mean, that's a lot of experiments all the time, like trying to figure out what's better, talking to customers, trying to measure the satisfaction from each given step. But at the end of the day, like I think what's really important in all of that is the dedication to that, like that you should be really committed to creating better experience and something that is significantly more user-friendly than alternatives, and focusing on that instead of like just, you know, the end result.
Thank you, Dan. That concludes my questions. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists, please? We're gonna move into a couple Q&A. So if you have any questions for the panelists, please raise your hand, and I'll point you out, and then we can go from there. Yes, sir, in the back.
Volodymyr Berezhny, OBS Group. I have a question. As you know, a lot of innovation moving to Texas right now because their money here, people are moving here, so I think it's natural. So my question probably more to Marvin, because he might be most objective on this. After we win the war in Ukraine, how do we make Ukraine the epicenter of innovation in Europe? What we should do now, or maybe globally? Thank you. We have less resources, so it's more complicated.
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, look, I think Ukraine was already on the path even prior to the war of, you know, I spent most of 2021 actually in Kiev, and there was a very, very vibrant sort of group of folks. And so what I think is gonna, this is my hypothesis, when the war is over, I actually think many of the tech people actually left, right? Most of them will go back. And I actually think they're going to bring back this whole sort of like network of people and communities from all around the world in general. I also have many, many friends who are going to build, like we're hiring like tech people actually in Ukraine right now still. And so it was already on that path in general. I do think one of the things that needs to happen is really the infrastructure stuff that has been put in. The Ministry of Digital sort of like innovation has been very, very good this last, even during the war, the progress they've actually made in general. But I do think it's just one of those things of just like, it's an awareness issue, I think, for most people. Like, people are aware, maybe not for the right reasons. And I think sort of once you kind of get exposure to sort of like really good tech people, like many of us who've been lucky enough to have been going there since 2007, once you kind of recognize that, you're like, oh, okay, great. Because there's actually quite a lot of companies that are actually Ukrainian companies that people don't know are Ukrainian companies, right? Like Grammarly is a Ukrainian company, right? Ring had like 500 people over there. Like there's many of these stories that just, it's a branding issue, in my opinion.
Dan, you now live in Texas. Do you want to give your opinion as well on this?
Yeah, I think that the first step is to help Ukraine win the war. That's like the first step towards making Ukraine a technological center and like innovation center. The second is probably just like let people do their thing. You know, like I think that most of the great technology advances and great companies that were created in Ukraine, they were created not because of something, but despite a lot of other things. And I'm sure that Alexander can prove like many of these points, but in general, like I think that it's the natural process that's happening in Ukraine. Ukraine will be successful. Ukrainian tech entrepreneurship will be also super successful. And that's also like, I think the very big reason why it's happening because like tech is probably the only industry that makes talent super global, that you're not basically stuck to certain geographical area. You can create anything and that can be used everywhere. And Ukraine, as well as like many other countries, has a lot of super brilliant people. And if you just like, you know, eliminate all of these barriers and all of that crazy stuff that is happening right now and let people create and be creative, it will happen itself. So I think that's just like a matter of time.
Yeah, I'd like to add to this that we shouldn't wait till the end of war because it's happening right now. And previous panel was all about it, that Ukrainian businesses are operational. And as I said, I stay in Kyiv and I like see it in my own eyes. Like cities, like Kyiv is like almost the same as before the war, and new companies gets created as now I'm a mentor in Mission Possible program for startups. And like there are like 15 great like teams with great ideas, and it's life, and we create new companies and continue, and all once it's operational even now. And the same happens in Ukraine. This AI and change everything. So, in my opinion, we shouldn't wait. It's happening. So, Ukraine is alive. Yeah.
Do we have time for more questions, Garrett, or?
Hi. So we talked a lot about AI today, and we talked about helping Ukraine become a technological center of the world. We talked about amazing talent in Ukraine, and I very much agree with you, Marvin, that it's a branding question. So how do we use AI to accelerate all that, to accelerate the world knowing about Ukrainian amazing talent, about Ukraine becoming the technological center of the world? Thank you.
I could, like speaking about AI, as all of us know, it is like very biased, and like first step is to like teach AI and report these mistakes that it's like biased answer because of this huge propaganda. Like because yeah, it's not a human. It can like make a decision. It just like gets all this data and just trust it. And like from Russia, they just create massive amount of information, and this like let's say ChatGPT just learn from this and just give you a wrong information about Ukraine because they want to like rewrite the history. Maybe you know this like, stories about like Kiev Rus, Kievska Rus, Kiev Rush, I don't know, that it's like from Russia, and it's not true, but ChatGPT can tell you different. So it's like the first step, help us to fix this bias and just report that it's not true. It's different answer.
Yeah. I can add to that. So we originally started in Ukraine, in Kyiv, like 5 or 6 years ago, and we like large portion of our team are Ukrainians, and some of them are located in Ukraine. We're still interviewing people from Ukraine right now, and I mean, it's just to showcase that actually AI stuff gets built in Ukraine because people can, we bootstrapped our company, and some other founders did so as well because it was possible to do. I mean, what we have right now, yeah, like, and also one of the facts is like if you study like the AI research history, actually, the first like deep neural network was technically built in Ukraine. So it was like 65 or something. They did not have NVIDIA GPUs back then, but they had like all this like perceptrons and stuff. So there's like a big school of this engineering, and everyone I talked to in the Bay Area, and everyone says, okay, everyone who worked with Ukrainians are saying like, this is like very high potential engineers there. Some very good engineers are coming from Ukraine, and it's like building on that brand and showing more like what Marvin also mentioned, like Ring and Grammarly. So I'm going around here on all these events and I'm telling people, okay, we have like Ring, we have Grammarly, and we have all of that. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, right there.
Thank you. So on the kind of overall country level, Ukraine has this amazing, I think Marvin mentioned, Department of Innovation, Ministry of Innovation, and I'm wondering what you think other countries like US could learn from apps, government apps, like the ones that Ukraine has, that in my opinion is probably unique in the whole world. In my opinion, government services that Ukraine provides through their apps and technology and digital transformation could be a great lesson for other countries like United States. And I'm wondering if you could speak more to that and how you think other countries could learn from the digital transformation that Ukraine as a government went through in the past few years.
I mean, I don't know if there's that much to learn. I'll tell you why. Because the biggest issue is the US, if you look at just pure infrastructure in general, pure laws, everything, it just stacks on top of each other, right? Versus say you look at the countries that have been very advanced, Estonia, Georgia, even Ukraine, it was actually like you can basically like jump technology in general because the infrastructure just wasn't there, so they're able to leapfrog it. That is a hard problem here in the US. You basically have to start with a blank piece of paper. And remember, for most laws here in general, like there's incentives for people to sort of like I live in SF, I've been there for 25 years. The reason SF is so bad, it's not a money issue. The reason SF is so bad is because it's a legal and regulatory issue of all the things that are stacked on top of each other. And there's, you know, as many people that want to change this, there's just as many people that don't want this to change, right? Versus like a place where, I mean, look, there was a revolution in Ukraine in 2014, and a good one, in my opinion, right? That brought in new ideas and new people to sort of clean this out. We don't have that here in the US, at least in my opinion, until probably not for another 4 to 8 years until most of the sort of like old people die. This sounds terrible, but like this is just, you know, this is unfortunately just the way it is in a democracy, right? You know, science advances one funeral at a time. That's just the reality. So it's just like, well, it's the same. So we have to wait another 4 more years until we sort of get some progress. This is just reality. It's demographics. Demographics is destiny. I don't like it, but it is what it is.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Going back to the topic of the day, exploring apps of the future and AI. So what do you think in terms of how apps will be developed in the future when right now AI is so powerful that you can create UI with it, you can create a completely new, like the whole screens, graphics, and so on. I already heard some people and companies create the whole games, like iPhone games from scratch, completely by AI. There's like nothing, there's no code written by a human or a picture drawn by a human. So you all developed some apps and like you or invested in apps and you know how this has been done for the last 10, 20 years. So what are your opinions on the next like 5, 10 years in terms of AI affecting app development?
Yeah, I think that in general, like the process has been changing all the time, right? So I mean, there were a lot of silent revolutions that happened in the space of the apps creation, and like I mean, Atlassian also kind of like led a huge revolution that changed, like and like a lot of other developing tools that were impacting how apps are created. But I think that like, when it comes to AI and when it comes to spatial computing, it's basically, I think the biggest impact that's the increase of the complexity of the problems that we will be solving with the technology. That's basically people can use those apps on other platforms using other things as a medium to solve much bigger problems that exist today, right? And I think that is the most exciting part. What can we do in terms of improving longevity? What can we do if we can cure incurable diseases? What we can do when it comes to the to the hunger, right? There's a lot of things that AI can provide a solution to, but we're probably still not there yet. And I think that that's the most exciting part of the how the tech evolution helps to advance app creation.
I actually think what's going to happen is see some bifurcation, and you're starting to see that now with content, right? So using content is really content generation, whether it's content marketing, writing. You can sort of tell when something's been done by ChatGPT or it's like, versus sort of like, oh, there's a human who actually sort of like did this. And so I think you're going to see a lot of crap, right? A lot of crap ads, a lot of crap sort of like apps, a lot of crap technology. And I think, like, I actually think when I look back of sort of who are really like the best like product people, I don't know them personally, but just like who just come up with like really, really good products, it's like guys like Kevin Rose, right? Or big guys like Dave Morin, who just like, they have this eye. And so I do think it's going to be some element where there's AI creating this stuff, there's a human in the loop, right? There's a human sort of like, kind of like the Picasso, sort of like playing around with it and adjusting it, versus just like letting the AI run and just build this thing. You know, it's very similar to the analogy I use with chess, right? It's going to be human with computer or human with AI building it. Because, you know, like I said, now we're all getting trained, right? You've heard this term called the uncanny valley, when you see sort of these like almost like perfect sort of like images, but they're weird. Humans have this like really good radar to figure out what's real and what is fake, even though we talk about deep fakes and things. But like, I do think our radar gets better as with more data. And so you're going to start to see sort of this bifurcation of these type of products, in my opinion.
Yeah, what I can add is like, yeah, you still need an engineer to generate an app, right? So I have example from my team, one of our engineers, he doesn't know any single bit of Swift, but he wants to like generate an app, just an experiment. So it took him some hours and some long conversation with ChatGPT, and he ran out of his bill and etc. But he generated actually an app, but he is an engineer. He's a very experienced engineer himself. He just didn't know this particular technology, so it kind of made it easier for him to do it. But in general, you need to be an engineer right now to use all those tools. And what I can say also, like right now, it kind of accelerates teams a bit. So everyone in my team, they adopted Copilot already for quite some time. Some people are using ChatGPT. I'm using ChatGPT myself. Sometimes if I need to write like a quick script or something, I can, it's so much faster. It kind of accelerates me, but I still have to be an engineer because it hallucinates a lot. So I have to understand what it's doing, especially when dealing with critical stuff. I need to make sure that it's doing the right thing, and it's not always the case. There is no way to tell, right? So yeah, I mean, that's my take on this.
Yeah, I agree with Vlad, and like same for me. I use ChatGPT to write some simple scripts because like I don't write code for 5 years, but now I can do it, and I'm kind of happy because I do understand where to put it, how to run it, and for me it's like I'm very happy, and I can pick any language I want, like Python. Okay, let's do it. And what I see in our company, we also use Copilot, but it's just an assistant. It's just like a helper for you. Let's say our quality engineers, they just use it to understand the code software engineers just write, and for them it's like a huge help, and it speeds them up. So I don't see it like, as for now, it can replace software engineer, but like role of software engineer will definitely change, like as you said, like in 5 to 10 years, and more effort should be put on validation of our code. What's it's the output, because to write in like app, it's not just okay, let's create. It's more complicated. Just write this initial code. You need to ensure like security, reliability, all that kind of stuff, and it's not like, and systems usually are like really like big, and to like create it, it's complicated. It's very interconnected, and this is where you need human brain. I hope is still needed to build it. So role of software engineer will be more about like validation, making a decision, like creating this architecture of a solution, and preparation of the data and dealing with this stuff and to feed it to some, like, let's say, models and all this compliance stuff, because each business, each application has this unique set of regulation, as we talked today about, and only human can still understand this. And ethics, because engineering ethics, I'm happy to say it's still the case, and only human could decide. So is it ethical to do or not? Because for large language models, it doesn't die, and so it doesn't know about all this stuff. So it could make any decisions they want. So it's ethics. It's not the case for them. So that's how I see it. It talks about software 3.0, like that kind of stuff, about this, why one agent that writes the whole code for you, but job of software engineer is to control, validate, and be this judge to it. Yeah, that's how I see it.
Can we get one more round of applause for our panelists, please? Thank y'all so much for being here. Have a great rest of y'all's day.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a quick pause, but there is one more program on our agenda. We have quite a few Ukrainian startups who came to talk about their startups and their offerings. So if you stay with us for a couple more minutes, we'll get started with the next part of the programming. Thank you. In about 2 minutes, we're going to get started with our next program. Fred Schmidt from Capital Factory will be moderating a startup pitch. So please, we have a bunch of Ukrainian startups who are here to talk about their technology. So grab some drinks and then join us. We'll get started in about 2 minutes.
We have 85 different territories, and depending on where we are, we can do everything from a contractor to recruiting to employer of record
Hello. Okay.
If everyone could please return back to their seats, we have our last program of the day. To lead us through this, I'm going to welcome to the stage Fred Schmidt from Capital Factory, involved here on the board, investor, and many other titles. So please come back to your seat and take a moment to welcome with me Fred Schmidt from Capital Factory. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Is this on? Hi there. Welcome. I hope you are all still surviving South by Southwest. We're in, I think, day 4. This is my 28th South by Southwest, and I'm only 30 years old. So I always like to give tips to people when they're at South by Southwest. Like the main one that I usually give doesn't matter anymore because we're already in day 4, which is this is a marathon, not a sprint, you know? So don't kill yourself. Don't stay out drinking and partying all night. You know, pay attention, be present in the moment, and really get to know the people in the room with you, in line at Starbucks with you, walking down the street with you, because everybody is here for the same reason. They're in the tech and creative industries. And, you know, I don't know how many of you are staying beyond interactive, but this continues on with music and with film till the end of the week. And this is, South by has been going for, next year will be 40 years of South by Southwest. And it all started with music, and then it became, film was added, and then interactive was the last to join when it was called multimedia, which gives you some idea of how long ago interactive started, you know. The first 5 years, it was multimedia. So anyway, so my name is Fred Schmidt. Welcome to Capital Factory. So I'm going to give you a little bit of my story because it's relevant to the group that is here from Ukraine. I'm originally from Poland. I was born in Poland in a small village between Poznan and Bydgoszcz. And I came here as a political refugee with my mother as a child via Canada, and we were granted political asylum. My grandfather was a famous Polish scientist who found great, he never finished high school. His father threw him out of the house in Ksinia because he was blowing up the house with experiments all the time. And he left on a train at a very young age and went to Berlin and became successful in Germany. He was an inventor. He invented a whole bunch of things, but the thing he is most famous for is he invented the process of growing single crystals. And that process, much later after his life ended, became sort of a foundational process in the creation of the electronics industry, and later even how to create silicon. So he is now sort of, you know, people like Intel and Samsung and all these guys who are in that business don't yet fully recognize him. But if you talk to scientists there, they go, oh my God, he's badass. Okay, so he created this process. He found fame and fortune in Germany before the war. He had an opportunity to come to the United States to become head of research for Ford Motor Company. He came, visited with Henry Ford. Henry Ford offered him the job. He went back to Germany, and at the same time, the president of Poland at that time called him up and said, Jan Czochralski, that's his name, please come to Poland. We'd like you to head up science for the country of Poland. So he had this decision he had to make. You know, I want to go to America and make more money, become even more famous, or do I want to go back and help my country? And the decision he made was to go to Poland. He didn't need any, you know, they had houses, they had servants, they had cars, you know, he was rolling in the good stuff. But he went back to serve his country and help his country. Well, a few years later, dear Ukrainian friends, the war came, okay? And so he was caught between the Germans, the Soviets, the Poles, and when he came back to head science for Poland, all the scientists really didn't like him because they all had PhDs, and he didn't, and he was their boss. So the way you became like the boss of science was you had to have a PhD. I mean, he was like a high school dropout. And so they resented him and they worked against him. So he was caught in this awful situation during the war. Basically, like so many other people during the war, he lost everything. He, at the end of the war, got basically ostracized out of Warszawa back to our little town, Ksinia. And he died in 1953, a couple of years before I was born, in complete obscurity, okay? Nobody, his record, his life was basically expunged, as the Soviets are so good at doing, from all the records. And so fast forward about 60 years, there was a professor at the University of Wrocław who has a laboratory and in the same field, in metallurgy. And he started doing research, and my grandfather's name kept coming up, like, who is this guy? And he started finding all kinds of files and archives in various Polish libraries. And he is, this one professor, Paweł Tomaszewski, is the person who single-handedly recreated my grandfather's record, his whole contributions to science, lobbied the Polish educational and governmental communities to recognize his work. And they finally decided, wow, he did some important stuff. He's a pretty good guy. And so in 2013, not that long ago, about 10 years ago, it was declared in Poland, that was the year of Jan Czochralski. They put his picture on postage stamps, on Polish money. They've built statues to him. And he is now, arguably, celebrated as the third most important Polish scientist after Copernicus and Madame Curie, is Jan Czochralski. So if you ever want to read about him, you know, for those of you who are Eastern European, you know how to spell Czochralski, or could at least give it a shot. But for everybody else who's Western, all you have to do is just Google Jan, J-A-N, and C-Z, Cezet. And that will bring up, when I last looked here, about 180,000 Google entries in terms of his life, his work, and everything else. And so we're now working on a feature film about his life and hope to roll that out at some point. So that's the backstory. That's what I was born into, you know. So my mother and I, after he passed away, we left, emigrated to the U.S., joined like everybody else does when you leave. You go to where your family is, where your people are, to the Polish community, which was in Detroit, in Hamtramck. And so I grew up in Detroit, and I grew up, my stepfather died when I was 14 years old. I became head of household, taught myself to drive, lied about my age, had to start working because I had a younger brother and sister. And so through high school and college, I worked my way through those years working in factories, okay, like everybody else does as an immigrant. And I almost lost both of my hands in an accident in the factories. And so I punched out of the time clock and said, I have a brain. I'm going to go use my brain and do something else. And so I ended up getting a job in radio. You might see I have a voice that might sound like it's on radio. So I got a job in radio that led to a career in television, cable satellite programming, and eventually I ended up in computer games. So video games has been my primary technology career for 30 years. I've built multiple companies and sold them and exited them with great teams. You may have heard of Civilization. A guy named Sid Meier was my first, I shouldn't say he was my first partner. I was his partner. He was the creative genius and the brilliant programmer that created MicroProse software, which we took public. Then I went and joined another brilliant designer named Richard Garriott, who created the Ultima series of fantasy role-play games. We had a company called Origin Systems that we sold to Electronic Arts. And we went on to create several other game companies together. So once we did all that, I decided to do something entrepreneurial. So I started some retail businesses with my wife, sitting over here, Shelly. So we own retail businesses around Austin in music, in fashion, in toys, and in confectionery. It's called Wild About Music, Austin Rocks, Toy Joy, and Yummy Joy. And so you'll see Toy Joy when you leave the country. You'll be going, depending on which kind of flights you're taking, but if you take like the BA flight direct to London and stuff, you'll be going past gate 12, and we have a Toy Joy at the airport at gate 12. So that's kind of the retail side of my life with my wife. And then I got involved here at Capital Factory, where I've been involved for about 10 years now. I'm a partner, investor on the advisory board here, and for 7 years before the pandemic, I led international affairs for Capital Factory. So I traveled all over the world, worked with people all over the world, and lots of startups to come into this country to provide a soft landing for them and help our startups as they grow to learn about the world and to figure out how to scale beyond the United States. You know, most Americans don't have a passport, unlike everybody in Europe and the rest of the world. They'd never leave, but they need to. If you're going to scale and you're going to take outside investment, those investors expect you to know about how to grow across the world. So anyway, so that's kind of the complicated story. My colleague, partner, Ali Syed, who's sitting over here, in case you have any questions for me. There's only one of me, but so Ali was kind enough to come here too. Ali is a long time in technology and has been my right-hand person in all the international work that I've done, so feel free to hit Ali up as well. All right, so that's enough about all that stuff. Let's get on to the pitches. Not fortunately, last year, how many companies did we have last year? 10, okay. So I don't know if this is a testament to how hard it is, how much harder it is now to get out of Ukraine, get the permissions you need to travel and so forth. But I mean, as I'm walking in, I'm getting updates that, well, this person still can't come, this person's stuck somewhere, lots of travel and, hardship and logistics that others have shared with you. So those stories are real. So this year we're down to 4, okay? So it's not gonna be a long event. So we've got 4 wonderful companies that are going to tell you about what they do. 3 of them are actually going to be here and pitch. The 4th one couldn't be here because he's stuck in some airport somewhere. So we're going to show a video of his work. So with that, what's that? What? Ready to go? Okay, so we're going to start with, I hope we got the order right, Cloud, right? We're going to do Cloud Avocado. Yep. Best name ever, made me hungry just reading about you guys. So Cloud Avocado is a tool that provides cloud cost management on the AWS platform to cut your cost up to 70%. And I take it you are Andrei?
Yep.
Prishik.
Yep, perfect.
Welcome.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Hello, everyone.
As already mentioned, my name is Andrei. I am CEO and founder at Cloud Avocado. So I'm working with AWS for more than 10 years, and during the time, I worked with more than 20 different companies. And all the time, I've faced the same issue everywhere. Cloud cost is always growing, and no one knows when, why, and how to cut it. And all business owners always had the main question: our numbers, is it good or bad, like 10K a month or 1 million a month? How well are we? And all cloud reports missing the most important answer, how efficiently actually our money spent. And besides that, cloud is responsible for more than 1% of all CO2 emission in the world. So this is like 50% of all aviation industry. No one even think about it. So we had a lot of sessions with different clients, different companies, and asked them, why are you not using any third-party tools or any native tools from AWS to cut the cost? And answer was pretty interesting. It was too complex to use them. You need to learn a lot of stuff. You need to deep dive, too deep, and they want to have only one answer, the cloud cost efficiency. So we decided to take out all data we have from our product and focus only on the main pain points. We show the simple metrics as efficiency of your cloud. As well, we provide simple case, simple use of cloud scheduling for development environment. Because even right now, everyone here, you're sitting, probably you drove here, but you park your car and you're not using your car at the moment. Why your dev environment is still running 24/7, even on weekends? No one working 24/7. And as well, we show almost in real time CO2 impact of your all cloud resources. So currently, we support only AWS, but we are going to add Azure and GCP soon. And competitive analysis, of course, we are not only one in the market. So there is a main competitor from AWS native tools, but they are typically too narrow, so we need to focus only on one tiny area. And there's other competition which works with reselling reservations for AWS, but it's only about money. They didn't care about actual usage. And still, selling reservations is not helping, and it's not helping with CO2 at all. So a bit about our team. Andrei, it's me. I am founder of here, and as well, I'm guest speaker at Harvard University about big data. So Kelvin, he is my co-founder and CTO, and originally he is from Austin, but he moved to Ukraine 5 years ago, but he lives in Ukraine right now. Alexander Tolochko, he's our chief architect with more decades in development. And Sasha Remin, he is our advisor, is a successful entrepreneur with a successful exit, and author of the book Startup Kitchen. And besides having a product and having a nice team, we also have some customers. So I will share you some data about our customers without their names here, because it's financial data. So for one of them, we saved more than 115K over the last 6 months. And it was 9x ROI. Besides that, we saved 1.5 tons of CO2 due to shutting down their dev machines. And this is equivalent of almost 230 trees growing for 1 year. Another one was able to save 230K in 1 month. And they have way more, but they're way smaller. So what we're looking for? We're looking for clients who want to save their AWS cost, and we're looking for service companies as the partners who want to upsell their DevOps services to their clients who use AWS. So thanks for attention. Any questions? Yep.
What's kind of the minimum, for your customer profile, what's the minimum budget size, right? Because someone that's spending $1,000 on AWS, what do you see where it creates the,
there is no minimum, because even if a small customer is paying even $100 on AWS, and we save you $10 a month, it's still better than nothing, And for startups, we're not charging anything. Up to 15 resources per month, it's free forever. So, any other questions?
So I might have missed it, but where do you profit? If the customer is saving money by
Actually, we have monthly subscriptions for our customers. It's based on amount of resources you have in Cloud Avocado. Like it's for simple subscription, and for advanced users, we have like single sign-on, custom reporting, etc. Like from like $0 is for startups, and then $50, $200, and going up. Yep.
Anybody else? Any questions? Going once, going twice.
Yeah, and actually, one more small update. We have like 2 weeks free trials. We're not asking credit cards. So you can check your cloud account for free in 5 minutes. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Cool service. I think you can just give that to the next person. I don't touch clickers. We're not friendly together. They never work for me. Okay. I should have mentioned one other thing, that we are also privileged as Capital Factory to have several Ukrainian companies in our portfolio and in our ecosystem here. So we have a couple of representatives. Those of you who are part of Capital Factory, why don't you just raise your hand? Nazar, come on. Yep. So just wanted you to know that, we take Ukraine and its issues very seriously. We are privileged to have these companies with us and to do what we can to help all of you in that ecosystem. Yeah, Nazar's floating hearts out here. So we love you too. All right, with that, the next presenter is, the company is A Players, which is kind of cool. I mean, I was reading about what they do. It's a mission-driven human resources platform to connect employees who want to work for startups and companies that want to change the world for the better. So since the pandemic, this has become a more and more mission-driven world. Young people don't want to work for just, profiteering kinds of big corporations. And so these folks have created a platform where employees and employers can find each other around social innovation. So with that, I introduce you to Lesya Arnold. Welcome. My pleasure. You got to share this one.
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be here. I'm Lesya. I'm the founder, I'm community builder, and I'm a mom. At A Players, we have a mission to change the world's current culture, money-driven culture, to impact-first culture. We help impact-driven companies get top talent and get them amazing business assistants. We've built a community of impact-driven founders and investors. It's currently 400 people. We discovered that early-stage startups and investors have a lot of common needs and pain points. So they need assistance with sales and marketing, fundraising, finance, and people operations. We realized that we can give them a solution, subscription-based business assistants who are dedicated in working with them. Our service includes recruiting, training, or checking their skills, matching, and managing those assistants. We offer quite a few unique things through our service. I mean, first of all, A Players has a lot of expertise in identifying people with A Players qualities. We've done recruiting for, as a company, A Players company, for 5 years, but I've been in recruiting since I was 17 in tech recruiting, but somewhat since I was 12. So all my life, very much focused on recruiting. We have amazing partnerships with top universities. We have access to amazing talent at cost-efficient markets, which is also very important. And we have all those common knowledge from our clients that we can teach our assistants to do amazing job. Another, last not least thing, all of our assistants are Ukrainians. And this is, thank you. This is our side mission, to give the best jobs, the best opportunities to Ukrainian people. We've hired talent for amazing companies like Grammarly and Deus Robotics, who you've heard today, and Unstoppable Domains. So a lot of companies that are well developed, but also many early stage startups. Our experience in recruiting is proven by our success rate. We have 99% success rate, meaning that people that we hire pass trial period and stay in companies for a very long time, and most of them get promoted. Thank you. Thank you. This is our amazing team of 8 players. Everyone is very focused on delivering the best service. We have very happy clients. Our clients are companies that are growing, usually seed stage, Series A stage, companies that scale their businesses through of our assistant. So a lot of clients have already more than one business assistant who help them with various functions. So people help them with lead generation, marketing assistance, like doing their social media, helping them with fundraising, with finance. So it's a great way for a company that doesn't have budget for many different roles to have one amazing person who is very talented do many things. So one of our clients is New Homes Made, who you also heard Dan today, and Sophie is in the room. And we have great success with all these companies. What we got so far, so this line of business we've had just been running for 6 months, and we bootstrapped it to 300K ARR. We have now 16 assistants who are matched with our clients and 22 people in the team. We plan to grow into 1 million ARR by the end of this year, into 50 clients and 70 assistants. And our longer-term vision is to become a billion-dollar company and have 500 assistants. And another very important thing for us is to revolutionize how impact-driven early-stage startups grow. So help them scale in a more efficient way and become more successful than companies that are just money-driven. What we're looking for is, we're not fundraising, we're bootstrapped, but we're looking for partnerships. We're looking to hire amazing people to our team, and we're looking for amazing clients who need great assistance. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great question. So again, we have a lot of partnerships already. We have a lot of demand from our clients. A lot of clients who we currently have hire quite a few of our assistants, 2, 3. We have a client who came for the fourth one. And so we basically are a marketplace for talent and businesses that need those assistants. So we have a lot of demand from the clients, and we figured how to grow in our supplying part really well, because we have partnerships with universities and other amazing organizations that attract top talent. And so we know how to grow that very much as well. So we have also interest from other companies, other organizations like accelerators to partner and do white label with us. That's another way that we potentially can expand. Numbers what exactly? Yeah, so this year we plan to go to 1 million. So we currently are at 300, and the projection is basically based on that. Another question? No? More questions? Thank you for the question. We have partnerships with VCs. We have a lot of referrals from our happy clients. We make sure we're at all the best events, in all the best communities. And as I mentioned, we also grow our community of impact-driven founders and investors, and they hear about us. They click with our mission. They see our expertise in hiring people, and we get a lot of demand from that. Thank you.
I don't need to the founders that are presenting, they're going to hang around here for a bit, so you don't have to ask all your questions like right now, because the organizers are trying to keep the program moving to get to whatever's next. What I liked about your presentation, Lesia, is two things. She's bootstrapped. It's rare you get a founder up here on this stage, and I've heard probably 1,000 pitches that say, we don't want any investment. We're bootstrapped. I love that. That's the best kind of revenue you can get, is right from your customers. And I also love your happy customer slide. It was all women. All women companies, women, run companies. I don't know if that's just because women care more and are more social impact. Oh, they were, well, even, but that's just, I just love that the whole thing it's all about women, no white guys. Yeah. I'm trying to get white guys to take the next 1,000 years off and go play golf and let women and other people in the world run the world for a while. We've had our chance, okay? All right, moving on to the next company. This is a company, it's called Drawer AI. All I can glean on them is they are AI for PDF drawings to increase your productivity in construction. There's a cool field. But the AI is training real hard right now to be super accurate, and it's still in stealth mode. So I don't know anything else about them. I was going to put the company into GPT and just have it make up something about who they are and what they do. But rather than that, why don't we hear from the founder, Den Lavrik, and he can tell us something more.
Thank you very much. I think, can you guys hear me? All right, if those who are visiting, welcome to Austin. I've been here a year and a half, so I feel authorized to welcome you. You've seen construction around on the outside, right? And amazing how many tower cranes are here, amazing how much improvement happening to our cities. But there's a thing, and probably raise your hand if you have done construction or had renovation in your house where you live in an apartment. How many people have done that? All righty, almost everyone. Now the question is, how many of you thought that that was too expensive or that is ridiculous of how much it costs? All righty, more than half. Now let me tell you statistics. Construction here that you see outside has a waste of approximately 40%. Where it goes towards inefficiencies, it goes towards waste time or efforts that never came true or changes that happened here. And when I was in the construction industry for 15 years, I realized that the industry is very much outdated. It is run by PDF drawings, and in the best case scenario, it's on a computer. In the typical construction, even here in Austin, you go out there and take a look. There's a huge company that are printing those drawings for you. It's a big rolls of paper, usually heavy, 50, 60 pounds papers that I've used to carry myself, and industry is completely outdated. Fundamental technology that we did is AI ability to read the PDF drawings, extract data from it, and generate product. Our first product is an electrical estimating solution. As of today, for example, our biggest client is one of the companies doing electrical work, has 120 estimators sitting in offices, and all they do all day long is just counting fixtures, devices. 120 people, paid approximately $150,000 to $200,000 a year. Completely inefficient process of manual approach. And yet, even when they win the bid, they get the job, they're number one, they're not celebrating. They're probably scared that they were the lowest, or probably gonna lose the money. It is extremely dangerous to do your bids and be awarded a job because you might lose the whole company on it. So our automation helps these companies develop the process that automates this. They're submitting more bids and win more projects. We've been developing it for 3 years. Before the ChatGPT buzz, we used to call it computer vision technology. Now it's fun to call it AI. We received the fundraising, so we've been bootstrapped, by the way. Went all the way first 2 years on a bootstrapping here in Austin. And thank you. We are in stealth mode. We do have clients. We do have product. We have closed our seed stage. Raised $5 million from. Thank you. Raised it from Silicon Valley Venture Capital. I haven't announced it yet. It will come later once we have the public product, and we wanted to make it the big splash. So coming up this summer. The next thing I would want to say is that the generation of this takeoff is related to a 3D model, is related to the materials you're going to have, and one of the things that we see is a standardization. Every building we build today is uniquely and custom, and every time we build it, it's like building a prototype. Building prototypes is really expensive. You see how Tesla superseded. I have 3 models. You know, barely 4th model is just came out. So if you standardize that, you're going to have a much better outcome. Luckily, construction industry has a standardization. It is the people that move from one company to another. We consolidated that effort, and now the AI is trained, and using this simplicity is delivering a product. Simple example is it takes weeks to do an estimate on one project that you do, and you might never win it. You probably win in 1 out of 10. Our product is improving that and get a product done, the estimate done in 1 day. I was also asked to be really quick with my presentation. Sorry. We have just started with estimating approach, and our next product is going to be for the field as well as for the design. Streamlining this process will change the construction industry and improve, and I hope to tackle that 40% down to where no one's going to say that was ridiculously expensive. Our team is from Ukraine, all 3 co-founders. We have met during the struggle of this industry and have united around the idea that there's an automation that is really, really behind that the industry is looking for. We are not fundraising yet. We have a lot of ways to go. But if you're interested in partnerships, if you are looking for a job, we're looking for reinforced learning, front end, back end, all of the positions are open. Please come see me. We'll talk about this. Thank you very much. Any questions, or I should wrap up?
In fairness, give them a question or two.
Are you still in stealth mode, or are we past that?
Technically, we're in still mode, but we have clients. So 6 clients that we have, they're using product, so they're trying it out. But we're just not going public because there's too much interest. I'll be honest. Every time you come up, people already want AI. I want AI to do my job, you know. But it's still in development. So thank you. Yes. Yes, sir.
Quality control, like when you're exporting analog to digital, is there a way to make sure there was no mistakes, no safety issues, etc.?
Yeah, so there's actually tools that we develop, and they're all different. We use some of them just for the human being, as your eyes can pick it. You know how you can find 10 differences, you know, in these pictures. We use even the same technology on saying, hey, we have detected all these devices. Just glance through them. Do you see anything that pops out to you? So there's tools that you build and develop to visualize where by human you can verify that I was accurate.
So human reviewers actually work with the export data?
Absolutely, yeah. You could do that. It's not necessary, but that's something that you have to. Every estimator immediately measures every dimension, because if their scale was off, you know, they're going to be screwed up. So the trust is a big deal in this process.
Cool. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Again, I wish we were able to have, you know, another 10, 15 wonderful Ukrainian companies with us today. Maybe next year. Hopefully things will turn around and we'll have more. But a big round of applause, please, for all 3 of the companies that have presented. We were going to show you a video of the 4th company, but you know, that one dropped while we were live in session here. We have a problem with the video, so we're not going to show you that one either. So I'm going to just now turn it back over to Garrett to close out the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Yeah, that closes the event. So once again, wanted to thank everyone who participated, all of the startups, all of the panelists, all of the moderators. A big round of applause for all of them. Thank you again. Thank you. Also, a special thank you to all the partners who helped us power Ukrainian House, powered by MacPaw, Tech Burrow. Thank you so much for that. Capital Factory, thank you for hosting us and allowing us to do it here. Thank you to the entire MacPaw team. They've been working tirelessly around the clock for the last, well, since I started at MacPaw, they've been working tirelessly across the clock to do it. So thank you, everyone. Listen, we have actually our happy hour. If you are still awake and up and at 'em, it's going to start around 6. So we are going to ask everyone who does want to stay for the happy hour to exit the room out the front doors there, because we have to, move the room. But there will be cocktails, there will be food, so please do come back. Thank you once again. This has been Ukrainian House, powered by MacPaw. Thank you. And just please exit through the front. Thank you.
Hey, y'all, thank you so much. We're going to start flipping this room for a happy hour. So if you don't mind grabbing your belongings on all these chairs, we're going to start stacking these and get it all cleared up for y'all.